That's not bad lighting there. Let's see. That should work pretty well. Okay. Hey, old Gold Panner, can you hear me okay and everything? I presume it's coming through all right. Uh, all righty. We got 4 people up already. Oh, well, it's been a fun week. I've been out staking some claims and taking some samples and climbing some hills, having a good old time. Hi, Lars. How's it going? And so I had a good time. Even managed to get in a little bit of fishing after work a couple of days. Got two trout. Um, Both were relatively undamaged, perfect eating size, but we had plenty of leftovers thanks to um, Jim, and so let him go. Um, General philosophy is if you don't need it, let it go, sort of thing. If we hadn't had leftovers that we were going to have to throw away, uh, probably would have kept because Eva does love them. Jim is not here today. I presume he's not going to be here today. He told me that he had some things that might preclude it, and I haven't heard from him. So I presume that he will not be showing up today. Um, so I will just have to try and hold down the fort all by my little lonesome, me and Eva. And the kill and release. Now these were uh, one of them actually spit the hook once I got it on the ground, and the other one just had it right in his upper lip. No injury, whatever. So they were both in really good shape. If they were injured, I would have kept them, and Eva would have eaten them. She loves them. But I'm still trying to dial in the fishing here. Just about any area you go to, there's certain times of the year where certain baits and techniques will just slam them. Hey, Chris, and still trying to dial things in. It's still a little early in the season, a little bit cold, um, but not too bad. And so far, the only thing that I've been catching anything on is night crawlers. I've been trying a lot of stuff too, um, because I'm just trying to figure it out. But I've gotten 0 bites on mealworms, um, crankbaits, spinners, 1 bite on a marabou. Caught 4 fish total, all on night crawlers, 2 hanging from a bobber on the surface. Actually, 3 from a bobber on the surface, although one's water was so shallow that it doesn't make much difference. The other one was on the bottom. So, I mean, I can go that way less than half a mile and be fishing. So that makes it kind of nice. Eva's been doing some research on the. Haven't tried salmon eggs yet. I've tried marshmallows. I haven't tried salmon eggs. That wouldn't be a bad idea to give it a shot. Well, we'll have to see. I haven't seen anyone using salmon eggs around here, but I haven't asked a whole lot either. Um, Dynamite makes. I don't think that would have been a good idea where I was fishing at last. Actually, most of the places I go would be a really bad idea. Let's see. We got chased out from the downstream side of Canyon Ferry by the employee there, said we were within the exclusion zone. The creek I was at the other day, farmhouse was less than 100 yards away. And then yesterday, I actually got my license checked the first time. So, yeah, dynamite pretty much is illegal, virtually anywhere. might be able to get by with shocking them because it's much more quiet. Also, I'm not sure how well the salmon, I'm not salmon, trout float. But oh well. Anyhow, we'll figure it out. It just takes time to figure out the new patterns and see what works when and under what conditions and this, that, and the other. So it's nice being able to get out again. The weather's been nice. I mean, yesterday, I think there was one day it was like 60, 65 degrees. So quite good. Uh, they shouldn't BR, but they're not exactly working for us anymore. I knew a guy that had a claim on Forest Service land, and they, put giant cages. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of steel over his openings and everything without his permission. Hey, Dean, and didn't even want to give him the key. It's like they're my. It's my mine. So they really don't seem to care a whole lot about what we want or sometimes what the law says either. Um, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's entirely possible, BR. Um, Depending upon what they did and etc., you might just say, "Could you fix that up now, please? Thank you." I don't know. That would depend on what reclaimed means. In this case, Ethan, he got a little legal assistance and got the keys to it. I would suggest Public Lands for the People or Western Mining Rights Association. They can, I mean, that's the kind of stuff they do, so they're going to know. YouTube is causing you problems, Chris. Is anyone else having buffering or anything, or is it just a local issue with Chris here? So, yeah, if you have a problem like that, write them a letter. If they don't seem like they're very cooperative, they say Public Lands for the People, Western Mining Rights Association, things like that. That's what they do. Okay, everyone else is doing fine. That's good. I rebooted the computer just before I started to try and prevent that. Okay, seems like it's just kind of random YouTube screw ups. Kind of like a SpaceX booster. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Those the dumps, plug the shafts with pipes and gaskets, but block me out. Okay, yeah, they're much more knowledgeable about those things than I am. Okay, Chris. Yep. No. So yeah, that's part of the issue right now. We're staking claims with absolute no confidence whatever we're going to be able to utilize them in the near future. No, we do not have an active plan of operations. Um, our basic plan right now is in those situations where potentially good property is available, just get it claimed, leave it at that for now, and focus on our exploration and testing on those operations, those locations which are way out in the sticks and unlikely to see any officials, and keep the disturbance to the insignificant surface disturbance that requires no permitting. We have lots of work to do that doesn't require significant surface disturbance or fixing roads or things like that first. So So that's basically our plan of attack at this point to um, kind of get stuff tied up. Of course, they take your money without question. Okay, Chris. Sorry about that. Hopefully, it'll straighten up. Um, and so I think we can anticipate that the next couple years at least are going to be fairly difficult to impossible to get any plans of operations or anything approved. So I just have to keep it small. But as Eva will tell you on the tinfoil hat report later on, uh, we're pretty confident that in the long run the prices are going to go up. And I'm pretty confident the regulatory environment will become a lot easier. Um, Either they're going to have a change of administration or philosophy that makes doing things easier, or we're going to have such a serious situation that they're just going to run into complete and utter civil disobedience to the point where they're not going to want to go out in the field for fear of not coming back. So that's one of those situations where you're planning for the long term. Yeah, BR. Again, I'm not the real expert on the nitpicky little details on that. It seems like you should certainly have a case, but having a case and being able to win it with on the budget that you have is a totally different story.
Entirely different things.
So we shall see what happens.
Hi, everybody.
The voice in the background doth speaketh.
Wilbur went out with us too.
Yeah, she made him a little, what would you call that? A carrier.
Yeah.
But,
Just a little carrier.
You
haven't made him a car seat yet.
Well, I've been busy. Hi, Aries. He says hi, Eva.
Hi, Aries.
But anyhow, and hi. And so that's kind of the philosophy there. Say we're checking things out, doing some samples. Terry says hi, Eva.
Hi, Terry.
And say picking stuff up for the future, and we'll see what happens. Yes, Dean, we're staying in Helena right now and planning to stay here. Well, Eva's planning to stay here permanently. As you can see, that's pretty permanently.
I will give him travel visas if he wants to go someplace else.
And yes, we'll be working around here this summer, working on some properties. And it's going to be a fairly busy summer. I may be able to work in a little bit here and there someplace else. But I think we got plenty of work to do this summer. Right now, with the weather just clearing up, again, the idea is to get out there and stake claims that are indicated by the research. And then fairly soon, like within a month or so, be sampling Montana B again. Hopefully by then we'll have some results back from Montana Tech. And we'll be directing the extraction experiments in a specific manner to try and get a good recovery going. Some of the samples I took this week showed some interesting amounts of gold, not super rich, but it wasn't the really, really fine stuff, or at least I wasn't recovering the really, really fine stuff that I was at Montana B. I was getting more in the 2 to 3 thousandths range, and that sort of stuff should be fairly easy to recover using either gravity or flotation, depending upon what works the best. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a significant amount of arsenopyrite in that ore too. So, darn the arsenopyrite. It might be galena, can't tell, but yeah, something in my little brain said that looks like arsenopyrite. So we shall see. I'm also, I was working today on the plans for the impact mill. I know we had at least two people that were interested in plans, and Jimmy wants me to build one. Um, so the first thing I have to do is get the plans. Now, the impact mill I built was a first iteration. It was a prototype. And so there's certain things that I want to change because why not? I mean, I found certain things that didn't work super well, and might as well fix those. On the other hand, there's some other factors that may be a little bit more significant that I haven't had a chance to test yet. I'm pretty confident that everything should work pretty well, but it hasn't been tested. So one of the questions I have is for you folks out there who want plans to actually build one from, do you want to basically be uh, test subjects here where I give you the plans of what I think is going to work really well and then see what it actually does? Maybe have to tweak it a little bit, or do you just want to go with the standard so far sort of thing? I mean, one of the things is I wanted to increase the capacity a bit. Right now, the impact chamber is 20 inches across and 6 inches deep. Now, it was 8 inches deep, and I extended it 6 inches. And I'm thinking the next one, go for a full 8 inches deep and have the capacity to put a larger engine on it. The the guys over there at Harbor Freight, the engine I bought was a little over $100. It was $119, and I forgot to write down what the other one was. It was the Harbor Freight 8 horsepower motor, and I think it was maybe $200, something like that. It's got a little bit different bolt pattern to tie it down. Not very much at all, about a 1/4 inch different. But as I was thinking that having the ability to put the larger engine on it would be nice and put a bigger chamber. So say, let me know what you think of. Right now, I'm doing the design for a 9 inch. I mean, for an 8 inch wide, and the only difference between that and a 6 inch wide mill would be cutting off, basically 2 inches of the front, and that would be about it. So, what?
In other news, smoking trout does kill the muddy taste in larger trout.
Thanks for Jim for that demonstration, so to speak. He brought some over, and it tastes. He was quite pleased with that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a decent sized trout, like this big, and just smoked. Just field dressed basically, and smoked, and it tasted pretty good. It tasted a lot like kipper snacks.
And really easy to debone and skin.
Yeah. So, but anyhow, so say for those of you who are interested in getting some plans for that mill, I need some feedback to see what plans we need to do. I don't think it's going to be terribly difficult to, design it, all ways basically. But I would like, I personally would feel more comfortable if I had a chance to run it first. Yeah, Dean, I'm going to be. I mean, it's like I do the hand panning right here. I crush them and pan them up to see what looks like at the pan. Then we send it off for assay. Different mines, different ores have different correlations with what you can see in the pan and what is actually totally in the rock. And so it's not the sort of technique where you can look at it and say, aha, this is exactly what's in there. You can't pretty much say there's at least this much in there, but sometimes you can get vastly more. For example, with Montana BOR, I throw about a 10-to-1 adjustment on it from what my eye is used to seeing with, say, Ryan's or down there by Arivaca, the stuff we had there. So, yeah, I'm doing that. If you got some samples you want to bring by and crush and split or whatever, we can do that. And I do not do assays myself. That's not only a specialty that requires a certain amount of experience, et cetera, but it requires a lot of equipment, which I don't have. So, yeah, sooner or later, if I live long enough, that's probably what, we'll have that equipment. If we get a mine operating on a significant scale for a significant period of time, then that would be one of the things that you would probably get fairly soon, so that you can do your own assays. If the hand panning works well enough for grade control and stuff, you may not need to. Well, Dean, you can give me an email and we can get together. Here's my email address, and give me a jingle. Drop me a line there, and we'll go from there. Is that Bureau of Reclamation or Bureau of Land Management, BR? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. And they're, say, this whole philosophy they have of preservation rather than multiple use is a big issue. However, I think that any system which can't work in the long run is going to change because it has to, not because they want to. Bureau of Reclamation?
Yeah,
Down there by the river and stuff,
water.
they're trying to
They usually control water.
yeah, because Bureau of Reclamation is usually water, the irrigation, things like that, dams, etc.
Yeah, they usually don't mess with.
But yeah, I don't think that's this philosophy that is currently in control is functional in the long run. So it will change. Now, I suspect it's going to get worse first. Okay, so that's a Nevada state agency. That wouldn't be surprising. Hey, Mr. Fang, how's it going?
Hi, Mr. Fang.
Well, I hope so too, but I mean, as I say, I'm confident that things are going to change because they cannot stay the same. A good example is the current situation on the border. My brother lives in Yuma, and he has a neighbor that's a Border Patrol agent, and the guy says, "Yeah, the numbers you hear, they're a fraction of what's actually happening." I asked my brother to go down there and take a video. I mean, the guy told him, just go take a video. We're getting 30 groups of 30 people a day in one little boondock town on the border. It's insane. But that's when you make policies to where human nature goes a particular way, it's going to go that way. That's just. Mr. Fang says hi, little one. Oh yeah, Ethan, they'd like to make them disappear. Absolutely. And
yeah, they're going to be flying them up to Canada to process them.
No, he was talking about mines there, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing is, it's just spiraling out of control in a matter of But that's what happens when you do certain things. If you have an aircraft and you don't fly it properly, you crash very quickly. There's certain things you can do that will work, certain things that you do that won't work. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Ethan. And yep, that's it. You own the mineral rights. If the situation changes, then you own the mineral rights and you can do something. Most of us would agree with that, Poker Face. I'm trying to too. I don't think it'll be profitable maybe till next year. This year is more getting everything whipped into shape and ready to go. And we'll just have to go from there and see how things develop. Oh yeah, BR. That's right. They don't make it easy. But say that's just my interpretation of the situation. And
I think you're being optimistic when you think they'll actually accept the claims.
I think they'll accept them because having the mineral rights don't allow you to do much directly. So I don't think they'll have too much. Hey, Busted Knuckles, how's it going? That was pretty funny this morning. You had me going there for a little bit.
Hi, Knuckles.
That was pretty funny.
What did he do?
He did a little, and I told him he should have saved it to April 1st. I was watching him going, what the heck? This doesn't, is he got something really special going on here that he's figured out or whatever? And then it turns out it was essentially an April Fool's video. It was pretty funny. Yep. But anyhow, because he's never done anything like that before that I can remember. So it was pretty hilarious. Got me good. But yeah, I understand. I think they will be taking the claims simply because, it's kind of like they're required to. They're not required to let you use them, but they are required to accept the paperwork and take your fees. So I expect them to do that. Now, again, I don't expect them to give any permission for anyone to do anything. Yep. And so that's my thought, little one. They don't want to allow any mining, but allowing you to file a mining claim doesn't allow any mining. And so that's why I don't think there'll be too much trouble with that. If anyone starts having problems even filing a mining claim with BLM, let me know, and I can get the word out. But
Well, it is my theory that they may decide to allow you to file the claim, accept the fee, and then they will use some of their sneaky bullshit to invalidate the claims later.
Well,
because they do this.
They can invalidate them later if they try, but again, as long as you're just paying fees and not doing anything, what's the skin off of their nose? It's
They invalidated all yours.
Well, yeah, but that was real easy. So they didn't have to go to any trouble to do it. I down in Arizona, make sure you go to the BLM headquarters in Phoenix, file your paperwork, get your copies with the stamps. Just trust me on that one, okay? But I say there's a difference between refusing to accept them and playing bureaucratic games, So we'll just have to see what goes on. Yeah, BR, it may be a lawsuit or it may be a little bit more than that. I think when bureaucrats abuse their power, incarceration is an excellent motivator for the remaining bureaucrats to stop abusing their power, Oh yeah. I physically go down because I got it mailed back to me, return receipt, all this other, I got the return receipt. Eva lost the return receipt. And then they go and, months later say, oh, we never got those. Also, we went down and we were gone 1 year. So we filed where basically I made Xeroxes with everything, including my signature on the small minor waiver. And, just have her son fill in the date for the year and ship it in there. And they didn't say anything at all until after the deadline. Then they said, oh, you can't Xerox a signature.
Yeah, and they are supposed to notify you immediately and give you 60 days to cure things like this.
You see? And that's the thing. If you're there and you go, here, and they go, oh, there's a problem. You go, okay, fine, I'll fix it right now. Otherwise, if they accept it, they actually punch it in the computer right then, take your fee, the whole nine. It's a done deal at that point.
I would suggest if you do it in person, go the extra step and ask them if there are any problems, because I would not put it past these people to accept, for instance, a Xerox copy that you signed on the spot and then turn around later and say, oh, we can't accept a Xerox copy. I would not put it past them at all.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Dean, I agree. I think they'll process the claims and take the fees, but getting permission to do anything, good luck. Okay, Mr. Fang. So it snowed in Tucson. It happens,
It snowed.
How long did it
Tucson.
last? Was it 6 inches and it stayed there all day, or was it gone by noon? I've been there. I've seen it happen.
It snowed in Tucson?
That's what he says.
Cool.
Yes.
How many car accidents were there?
When it snows in hell, huh? Yeah, Ethan, they don't care. And until we can make them care, they're not going to. But that is a discussion for later as things develop. Right now, we're in a time of real significant change. So Mr. Fang thought that was pretty hilarious, little one.
Have they built the tent city yet?
No, I don't think they've built the tent city yet. They're just talking about it. But that's my interpretation of what's going to happen in the future here, simply because people don't like to die. They don't like to starve to death. They don't like to live outside. And when things hit the fan, they make their, opinions felt one way or another. Tent city. Yeah, they're talking about building a tent city for immigrants there in Tucson and Yuma, because they got so many coming across the border and they got to throw them somewhere.
They're not immigrants. They're tourists.
They're infiltrators, I think that's TFI Global. Yes. Infiltrators. But anyhow, yeah, they were talking about that. I don't know what's going on with that, but I do know that, let's say, report from the border is in excess of 10,000 people a day coming into the country.
And a lot of them are Middle Eastern.
Oh, yeah, lots of Middle Eastern and some Chinese and stuff like that, too. Yeah. So what's wrong with back across the border? I don't have a problem with that. I'm not in charge. That's the problem when
only if we can use catapults.
My daughter, not on the YouTube channel, little one. My daughter will say, well, it doesn't matter who's president. It's like, oh yeah? Really? See what's happening.
What? We can use catapults for their luggage.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Fang. They're doing everything they can to do as much as they can, as fast as they can, as thoroughly as they can. And I believe it's not, if we just do our jobs, it's not going to be enough for them to accomplish what they want to accomplish. And then when the pendulum swings the other way, cancel culture will get real interesting, because I don't believe in being very forgiving to people who are deliberately if they're out there trying to hurt other people deliberately. I don't see why I should be nice to them. You didn't want them to have a job. Why should you have a job? That sort of thing. But again, we're straying a little far from mining. But I say that's the situation with the legalities. Then we have the economic situation, which Eva is going to be talking about on the tinfoil hat report, which again has a huge effect. You have the international situation with the Middle East, with China. Russia is apparently, the United States is alienating allies. Hey, Patrick, how's it going? And Putin is just scooping them right up. It's like the current administration would be the best thing that happened to Vladimir Putin in a long time. I agree, Ethan. Not a heck of a lot, Cherokee. Just a little bit of, what's going around here. Even I've mainly been staking claims and filing, paperwork and this and that and the other, and doing a little fishing, which is good. My body's holding up all right, and
You should be getting
doing
your
well.
new computer soon.
Yeah, it was mailed out last week, so hopefully it'll be here on Monday, and then we can start getting that new computer up and running. And I'm going to need to get a printer so I can print out the plans for the impact mill, and also it would be very handy at times to be able to print out satellite photos and stuff when you're doing claim staking. The GPS is working fine, but it is so annoying sometimes to see different websites have different things. Like there's a website called the Montana Cadastral, and it's a government website, and it shows every lot in the state. Okay. And it's very, very useful, but it has one major problem. It doesn't give you coordinates. It doesn't even give you Montana Land Survey coordinates. Nothing. You can see it, and you can tell what's going on there, but you can't just put a cursor on a corner and say, okay, here's where it is. So I've been having to switch between this website and that website to get coordinates from this, and then go to, Google Earth and look on the satellite and get stuff there. And it's really been a pain in the butt.
By the way, just an FYI, people, you may notice the bear is wearing a light colored shirt. I don't know if it shows on your screens, but it's a Dayglow chartreuse green shirt that he picked up at Walmart. Now, he was up on the side of a hill, and when he went up there, he was wearing his dark blue jacket, and under it, he was wearing his ordinary red long sleeve shirt, and this shirt was the shirt on the inside.
I'll get to you in a minute, Busted.
So he was about, probably 500 yards away, 600 yards away. Anyway, he was a good distance away, and he was standing amongst a bunch of dead trees that had been destroyed by a fire. And when he was just standing there, I had a real trouble picking him out. He looked a lot like a tree.
A lot less than that,
So then he takes
Busted.
off the blue jacket, and that red shirt stood out pretty darn well. And I'm like, okay, now I definitely know where you are. He pulled up the red shirt. This stuff here, he was radioactive. He was glowing.
Yeah, I want to be able to see me.
Useful.
Okay, Busted. In the United States, first of all, there's various kinds of land. For example, in the state of Montana, you have Montana state lands. In Arizona, there's Arizona state lands. You have United States government land. And if you're dealing with state land, you usually have to pay for a permit and lease it. Whether or not there's anything on it or whatever, you have to pay money kind of up front. In the case of federal government land that's open to mineral exploration, you go out there, you stake it, then you file the paperwork with the county recorder's office, which typically is a few tens of dollars. And then you file your paperwork with the BLM, which runs you somewhere in the neighborhood of $200. I haven't done that in years. I will be doing it next week. But around a couple $100. So for 20 acres, theoretically, your cost is going to be in the neighborhood of $200 to $300. And then your annual cost, if you have 10 or fewer claims, you can get by just on assessment work. If not, I think it's $145 a year now, something like that. But not too bad. Certainly nothing, that's going to kill you like 12,000. It's according to Busted Knuckles, it's $12,000 for an exploration permit in Australia. Yeah.
Oh my word. Aussie's got to take their land back from the government.
I've been trying to, if you have a particular hiking app that shows the actual land ownership of every lot, every patented claim, stuff like that, BLM land, military land, state land, all that other stuff, I'd be fine. I'm using
Land Matters.
mylandmatters.com. I can tell you one thing, their axes are not the same because they're showing rectangles for squares. So okay, Lasky, now was that on state land or was that just U.S. government land, and that's your annual paperwork fee at the county recorder's office? Oh my gosh, that's just horrible, Busted. Yeah, that's, and then they wonder why the economy doesn't take off, Use a four-wheel in national parks. I think you're pretty much out of luck on that one, Mr. Fang. Yeah, national parks make anything else pretty slack. Yeah. On X. Okay, so let's see. On X, I presume that's .com, land status.
It may be a smartphone app.
Okay, and
Ask them if it's a smartphone app.
And is it smartphone, Ethan? On X hunt maps, $99 a year. Things you're allowed to see. You can claim 1 acre. The cost is identical. Yeah, unless it's state land. State land, you're leasing, and acreage would be a factor. But on federal land, it's the paperwork per year, and the maximum size of a hard rock claim is 20 acres. A placer claim, you can have up to, I believe it's 8 people on the same claim for a size of up to 160 acres for a single claim. But that's called an association claim. Okay, I'll see if it's got a regular. It's a pay thing, yeah. Well, thank you, Chris. Hello, and if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them. That's what the live stream is all about. Shows the coordinates and a history of your track. Is that, which one is that again, Cherokee? Is that Onyx also? Hiking apps, is that the name of it?
Bear can't use apps. He does not have a smartphone.
Well, I'm sitting, I do most of my research on the computer. Okay, it says it's a iPhone app, but it works on home computers too.
Well, hopefully they have one that's not for Apple. This house does not do Apple.
Okay, so you got hiking app. I say we'll check a couple more out. I say the Mineland Matters isn't too bad because it also tells you how many active unpatented claims are there and takes you to the rough information on each one. But the problem is the the graphics it's distorted, which makes it really kind of annoying. And I can tell in some cases that's not accurate either. I presume the Montana cadastral is probably a little more accurate when the outlines don't match. They're kind of roughly the same, but they differ in some details. It makes me kind of suspicious. Well, thank you, Glenn, and hopefully I'll do some more here. Right now, I'm trying to go all the way from research to a profitable operation, hopefully in this year. Most counties in my area will have a land ownership map. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. The land ownership map. It's readily available. It's got all the detail. It's great, with one exception. You can't put your cursor anywhere and tell you where it is. You know, you can see where it is in that section and everything, but get coordinates for it? Nope, no go. To actually claim a mining claim in the United States, not, you can buy a patented claim because that's private land. To actually claim one, I believe you do have to be a U.S. citizen, although you may be able to do it with a green card. Not sure. Anyone out there know? This would be a great question for Chris Georgie, but I don't think he's able to see us today. What's the dark green with little silver flecks found on quartz? Maybe zinc? I'd have to take a look at the actual thing. It could be a form of biotite mica, but I'd have to actually see to even have a decent guess. Yeah, yeah. I say it's just really hard to tell. And dark green, it could be malachite. Yeah, the Montana cadastral rocks. I wish it simply had, because behind the scenes it has to have a coordinate system. You can't display a map and search and move and all this other stuff. And I did. It's been 4 days. They haven't got back to me. You want to call them every single day until you get a hold of a real honest to God human being? Please do. But say that's the problem, is you have a system that it can overlay aerial photos, it can overlay topo maps, it can overlay street maps. It has to have an internal coordinate system. Well, we'll see what the MLRS looks like now. That's a fairly new system for the government, I believe. And I also think you can only get it through your smartphone, and only if you allow them to bug your smartphone. We'll see. It's not copper, Chris says. That would be great, Ethan. I'll check it out and see. Yeah, the mining law says any U.S. citizen, and that's what I think. What's the difference between platinum and palladium? They are two metals in the same group. It's called the platinum group metals. They're very similar in many ways. They melt at very high temperatures. They don't tend to be chemically reactive very much, and they're all good as catalysts, which is their major industrial use, catalytic converters and stuff. Palladium, last I heard, was relatively inexpensive compared to platinum, and therefore it was being the primary thing in catalytic converters. Although, and you'll hear on the tinfoil hat report here, rhodium is also in there in smaller quantities, and it's gone through the roof. Dean, I didn't think about that, but you're right. I am here at the Capitol. Talk to the state persons about cadastral in person. Give me a good reason to. I haven't been in the Capitol building too. It looks pretty nice on the outside. I'd love to see what it looks like inside. Ethan says the MLRS didn't work for the first week, but works now on it. He uses it on a desktop. Okay, I'll see if that does it. Yeah, exploration permits for big mining companies. Do you have the equivalent of, the Queensland Bureau of Mines and Mineral Resources, or the Queensland Department of Geological Survey, or even the, and I don't know if you live in Queensland, I probably not, but also go to a state college geology department and ask them. Somebody there should know all the ins and outs. Also, if you have a prospecting clubs or anything like that over there, those can be excellent sources of information, although not necessarily authoritative. Yeah, check that out. It seems to me an exploration permit would probably, something that costs that much sounds like that's allowing them to do some kind of disturbance. I'm not sure, clearly I don't live in Australia, haven't had much experience over there, but yeah, check with, say, state agency, or they're Australian states, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your state agencies, your local college or universities, things like that, and find someone who knows authoritatively what it is.
Well, rhodium has come down quite a lot since its big peak. It's now at only $21.75 an ounce. Palladium is at $26.30 an ounce.
Yeah.
Good luck finding any. Platinum's at $11.86, gold's at $17.40, and silver's at $25.92 today.
Yeah. No mapping software will give you GPS coordinates to active claims. By active claims, it means active unpatented claims. And yeah, that's true. But it'll give you the basic, are there any claims there, and what quarter section they've been stated to be in and stuff, and where where you can find them. In my case here, again, in Helena, I can go down there, and any claim in Lewis and Clark County, I can look up at the county recorder's office. But when it comes to patented claims, and there are a crap load of patented claims up here. I mean, I've seen an individual section with well over 20 patented claims in it. They weren't all, 20-acre claims, I'll tell you that. But I mean, it's just insane in some places. You can sure see where the mineralization is. Yep, I agree, Ethan, and I will probably have to do that in some cases. There's some of these, most of these are in areas where there's no active claims listed. I can look on the Montana Cadastral and see that the ground is open where I'm looking, so I can tell you, okay, there's no private land there, and there's no active government claim, and it's U.S. government land. Bingo, that's open. In other cases, for example, if there's multiple mines on old mines on a particular spot, and you got the Smith mine and the Jones mine, and I'm interested in the Jones and the Smith, and I call it up and I start looking, and I say, oh, there's one active claim here. Look it up, and it's the Smith lode. It's like, aha, I bet you it's taken. And I have spent a lot of time too looking through, again, just clicking from one patented claim to another on the cadastral, trying to find, is any of these the mine I'm looking for? Because it doesn't have labels on them, It shows the outlines, then you click on it and it gives you the data. And in many cases, oh, okay, there it is, Yeah, there's ways of doing it, Cherokee, but I'd like to do everything I can here before I head out in the field so I know what I'm dealing with on the ground. When I look at it, I can go, aha, this is good, this is not good, whatever. I've only had one situation where, and I'll be checking on that Monday, there's a couple of claims in the area, pretty sure where two of them are, not sure where the third one is. And there's a mine kind of near where the third one is. It's up in that quarter section. But the other claim is also in the next two sections. So my guess is it's got to be right on the very corner. And the mine I'm interested in is only about halfway between the center of the section and the corner. So it's a good chance that it's not claimed, and go check it out. Yeah, and that's the thing is figuring out what you're doing now. So in most of these cases that we were interested in, it was abundantly clear that that particular mine was either taken or not taken, and therefore it was pretty easy. Occasionally you run into these things that are annoying, and if I don't know the actual situation, I can't decide how you want to lay out the claim too. Now, that it's generally nice to lay it out either north, south, or east, west. I mean, it's a lot simpler, especially if you're using GPS. And so what I've done is to determine what the distance is per minute of arc in feet, so that I can, when I get there and I say, okay, I want to go 300 feet that way, how much is it on my GPS? It doesn't tell me in feet. It should, but it doesn't. That would be too simple. But it's a relatively simple thing. But I don't know if, everyone understands, but on a globe, the actual distance between degrees of longitude gets smaller as you get to the top of the globe. Right at the North Pole, it's just an inch per degree. At this latitude, it's about 4,000 and something. If you want, I can get the number. The longitude, the latitude distance is 6,070 feet per minute of latitude. The north-south is 6,070 feet, a little over a mile. And so by having that information with you, and I will make maps up of the section that I'm interested in where the mine is, and it has all that information on it. For example, if there's private land there, I'll have the coordinates of the corners and stuff like this, so I can tell if I need to stake a claim what I need to do when I'm there. Because depending on the situation, it may be very difficult to get back. The stuff we were doing this week wasn't terribly difficult to get to. But some of this stuff, yeah, it's like at the end of 15 miles of Forest Service unmaintained road. So it may take a while. Mining claims are all staked out as a flat map. That's correct. It's 600 feet by 1,500 feet. But when you're using a GPS, which is easier than surveying it in, how far do you have to go from this point to go 600 feet in a north direction? See, that's the sort of thing where I have it. Let me just get one of these maps. And 1 minute north is 6,070 feet. 1 minute west is 4,217 feet, although 220 would probably be darn good enough. And 600 feet north is 0.0988 minutes of north, and 600 feet west is 0.1423 minutes. 1,500 feet west, no, sorry, that's north, get my glasses on, is 2,460.2468 minutes, and 1,500 feet west is 0.3558 minutes. So by having that on the map, I can sit there and locate the mine, and I've already got the coordinates for that, and then determine which way I want to orient the claim and how I want to position the claim, the center line of the claim in terms of, is the mine going to be in the middle of it? For example, if you had a vein going this way and the mine's right here, you might want to center that in your claim. On the other hand, if it looks like this is kind of the beginning of the ore body, then you might want to put most of the claim that. You don't know that until you get out there. And so that's why you need to have the raw information so you can then do calculations on the spot. And all trails. And, figure out what the coordinates are for those corners and then go to them, set your stakes, and voila, done. I got 2 live streams going right now? You've got to be kidding me.
I don't know how you manage that there.
Man. Anyhow, go figure. I only started up one. I did get it queued up.
Sync? How many people do we have?
I don't know, little one. I have no idea. You've got your tablet. Why don't you log on and find out? I can't. I'm in the middle of something. Pokerface, on modern equipment, why should we look at abandoned mines? They had less equipment way back and did all that work in the mines. There must be more undiscovered ones. Yes, Pokerface, there are. The problem is the ones that are easily discoverable tend to be real close to old ones. And the techniques to discover absolutely new ore bodies can be, it can be really expensive. For example, out here, a geophysical survey of, like maybe half a claim is $5,000 for one day.
I'm only showing one.
Yeah. Eva can only find one live stream here.
I'm there right now, and I just added it to liked videos. You got 19.
I'm not sure, Rick, what's going on. Eva can only see. How many do you see watching? 19 is what I've got. And by looking at old mines, you can start there and work out. A lot of mines were closed down for reasons that may not apply too much now, like old technology, etc. And even then, things like right now, arsenopyrite, you can't process it in the country if that changes. There's no technological reason why not. Okay, it's all just permitting and stuff. You get rid of the permitting problems, all of a sudden things change dramatically.
And I can't get comments. I can't comment.
Rick says they're about 3 seconds apart. How weird.
That is super weird since I only saw one and I can't get to chat on mine.
Yeah. Terry and Rick, and 17, 18, 19. Dean Olson says 21. YouTube.
It didn't even show up on my list. I mean, I had to put in Hard Rock University.
I see, Rick says I see 2 notices. One says 30 minutes from now, and then the live one. Oh my God. Well, I did something. I well,
You now
you know,
have
I
21 people watching.
got the thing ready to go and set it, and then exited and shut down my computer because I hadn't started anything. So theoretically, it's just sitting there on YouTube's website. Then I rebooted the computer to clear everything out, got back on YouTube's thing, clicked on my little live stream thing, and then initiated it. I did not type in a new live stream.
I don't know what to tell you there. All I can tell you is I show 21 watching and I have no ability to chat. So I'm annoyed.
Yep.
I want to harass people.
Interesting. And Rick says he's got two of them playing side by side. Keith Bowen in stereo, twice as horrible.
Oh, that means the tinfoil hat will be in stereo.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
The other thing, Polka Face, is that a lot of times the old timers could only work the highest grade ore. They didn't have heavy equipment, or the extraction technology wasn't there. And so there may be a much larger ore body there that was unexploitable by them, but which is exploitable now. I worked at a mine. Gosh, I don't know if there's any of those big open pit mines that didn't have old workings in the middle of them. Seriously. You know, it's very common because they're just getting the high grade stuff. And then as the ability to process large quantities cheap and move large quantities cheap happens, boom, all of a sudden just all the old tunnels just get, you know, combined into one giant pit. Spyglass, huh? Okay. Yeah, I got lots to check on. So anyhow, that's why people tend to focus. It's also, there's an old saying, where do you hunt elephants? Where people have found elephants in the past. And even if you're looking for new ore bodies, and that can definitely happen because there's been a lot of erosion in 100 years and things like that, you're still not likely to find an ore body in an area where nobody's found any gold in the past. Just, you know, extremely unlikely. Gold is so easy to find if it's there that it's hard to have any significant ore bodies without any shows. Yeah, Terry, I understand that. And it's kind of frustrating. I mean, I understand why they do it on Sunday nights too. But anyhow, it does make it kind of difficult. I know they wanted to talk about claiming over there too. Oh, by the way, had somebody contact me this week, and they said they had someone stake a placer claim for them that was on top of some lode claims. Now, as far as we have been able to determine, and it looks to be a high degree of certainty, you cannot stake a placer claim on top of an active lode claim without the permission of the lode claim owner. Because
Cole versus Ralph, Supreme Court, and the mining law of 1872.
Because the surface rights are basically held by the lode claim owner. Now, he may not be able to get the permits to mine the placer without filing a placer claim on top of his own lode claim, but it's definitely very very iffy at best. So I suggested that they go double check that with the local authorities, and that in Arizona's Bureau of Mines and Mineral Resources would be the appropriate people to talk with. But yeah, I think hopefully they'll get that double checked and straightened out. But yeah, as you heard, Tinfoil Hat Eva there, you know, she checked it out, and within 30 minutes, she's like, you know, Supreme Court case such and such, and this, that, and the other. And it's like, sounded pretty definitive to me. Now, if you have permission from the lode claim owner, then you can do it. has to be a valid, perfected load claim. Okay. If, for example, the load claim is invalid because they didn't have a discovery, and you take them to court and can prove that load claim was not a valid load claim, then your placer claim would be valid because
And that is exactly what happened in Cole versus Ralph. For those who are interested, Ralph was the load, if I remember correctly. But anyway, one was the load, one was the placer. The placer dude got permission from the load dude to do some exploring and put in a placer on his load claim. Placer dude then did serious exploring and determined that there was no load there to begin with. So he wanted, and when the whole mess landed in the Supreme Court basically said you can't stake a placer over a load claim under any other conditions.
Yeah.
And Mine Law of 1872 basically says a load can understake a placer, but a placer cannot understake a load. It's
overstake
Section
a load.
3, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, BR, the land rights are civil actions, and it involves lawyers and courts, not the BLM. The BLM doesn't give a damn, okay, unless they want to take the ground for themselves. Then they'll do everything they can to invalidate your claim. Saguaro National Forest. I know there's Saguaro National Park over by Tucson, and there's the Coronado National Forest, but I don't recall a Saguaro National Forest.
I think Saguaro National Forest is east and National Park is west.
Yep.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah, well, they're both, there's National Park east and west. You might just look it up there. Oh, yeah, Mr. Fang says park. No, you cannot stake any claims. You cannot take anything. No, completely off limits. You're not even supposed to just pick a rock off of the ground and take it with you.
Thou shalt not molest the cactus.
Yep.
Very bad juju.
Yeah, Ethan, I would agree with you. Yeah, it should, the Forest Service should be a lot slacker than they are, but national parks are basically off limits to anything. And that's why they're called parks. When they have monuments, I believe they're pretty much the same way. You can't do anything in a monument unless it's specifically open to mineral exploration, but I'm not sure.
No, you can't. Monuments and parks are forget it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Clinton administration created the Staircase Escalante National Monument, because they could do that unilaterally. The Antiquities Act allowed them to do it, and they shut down all the mining in the area. And that was the goal. Some people, says that it might have had something to do with the $4 million they got from a foreign coal tycoon, and therefore shut down the only other coal mine in the world that competed with the quality of his coal, which just happened to be in the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. But I think it's just a coincidence,
Wow.
According to BR, wilderness study areas are claimable. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. I don't know if anyone has any.
Well, I have big news.
What?
The Agricultural Mining Service of the Department of Agriculture is revising the standards for the grades of watermelons.
Agricultural Mining Service?
Marketing Service.
Marketing Service.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're revising the grades of watermelons, people. Civilization is saved. I'm on the Federal Register right now.
Well, Mr. Fang, I would definitely get it in writing. Now, what it probably is that's an old patented claim. Because if it was an unpatented claim and was, not, if somebody kept it up, then you couldn't do it because it was theirs. If they didn't keep it up, it would have reverted, but it could have reverted to the BLM. We have that a lot around here. You'll be looking and you'll see little pieces of BLM in the middle of all this private land, and that's apparently what it was. It was an unpatented mining claim, And when all this stuff was turned private, they couldn't touch the mining claim. And then somebody gave it up. It's really weird. And so that's one of the strange things that can happen. And the other thing is you get this urban-rural interface sort of thing where, I mean, here in the Helena area and Butte, Montana is the worst case I can think of, where there's 500 miles of tunnels underneath the city. I'd love to someday just, when I've got two computers here where I can do the screen and the screen, just go to Butte and look up the Montana cadastral and see what kind of a mess it is there. But I'll bet you that most of Butte is patented mining claims. There may be some, but you're not going to get permission to get there. That's the problem, Mr. Fang. You're never going to get a permit to operate it. Even if you could claim it, if it doesn't have a right-of-way that you can enforce legally, they're going to say, fine, you got a claim up on top of the Rincons there. Have fun hiking up there. You know? Yep, that's true. If taxes aren't paid, then they get confiscated. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I bet it, Dean. I just like to see the map. And I say Montana Cadastral, I'm sure has it. But it would be, well, here, you guys can see my face. I'm going to call up another thing here and see if I don't destroy the live stream here. Here's the Montana Cadastral. And I'm looking it up here. And this gives you an idea as to how fast you can do this. So there's Jefferson County, Deer Lodge. Somewhere right about in there, I think, is somewhere should be getting to Butte. There's Butte. Let's see what we got. Okay, so I'm zooming in on Butte. And there's all the streets and stuff. And yeah, there's all kinds of private territory around. This is all turned into lots as opposed to mining claims. Poor Brazil.
DHS is up to shit.
Oh, what's DHS up to, little one?
Ooh, they've got a whole bunch of proposed changes and regulations here regarding the Privacy Act of 1974. They want to exempt a whole bunch of stuff from analytical and record keeping that has to do with immigrations and customs enforcement.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, now here I am looking at a map of Butte. There is the, looks like a freeway there, but not quite. Well, there's the freeway down there. So that's that road that comes off the freeway into downtown Butte. There's Excelsior Avenue and Gold Street. And right next to it is between Gold and Platinum Street, and between Excelsior Avenue and Alhambra Street is Stanislaus Lode, Stanislaus Lode TR3, A Block 4, Grand View, VAC Gold Street, AC Gold. Yep, Stanislaus Lode and the poor Stanislaus Lode. Two claims right there in the middle of town. So yeah, it's pretty hilarious.
Yeah. The department proposes to exempt portions of the system of records from one or more provisions of the Privacy Act because of criminal, civil, and administrative enforcement requirements. Yeah, I am safe in predicting a 404 pandemic is about to occur.
Yeah, all kinds of records are suddenly going to evaporate. Wow, big shock.
Access to those records will evaporate.
Yeah.
The records themselves won't evaporate.
Well, and see, and that's the thing, Ethan. If you have a situation like that, you may have a circumstance where there may be good ground real close to habitation that you may be able to obtain, especially if it's patented claims. Then you can do stuff on it. But yeah, it's an interesting situation. I've never dealt with the intermingling of private and public land like we have here. So it's a pretty complex situation.
Wow.
Hmm?
A couple of executive orders showed up.
Oh, good.
One from March 8th. This is a plus.
That's fairly close. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
less
White
than-
House gender policy.
Ooh. What gender is the White House? I'm confused. But anyhow, so when I say that's the situation there, still no results from Butte, so I don't have anything to discuss in terms of extraction techniques.
Whoa.
What
Oh, this isn't good.
do we got here?
Oh, this is really not good. Okay. I'm not going to read any more about this. Scary.
Yeah, buying patented claims is a real crapshoot. In some ways, it's a lot better. In others, in terms of you got private land, so it has private land value, and that has a lot more predictability than any mineral value. So you have that. On the other hand, you're going to have to pay for it. Now you could look, keep your eyes open in the tax records and see, that would be a good thing to do here, little one, is go through the tax lien offers.
Yep.
And see what's available in terms of patented claims, because I'm be willing to bet you that it happens on a regular basis where a patented claim, the owner dies, the relatives get it, they don't care, they don't want to pay the taxes, and just let it go. And then you might pick up something. Oh dear, Cherokee. Yep. Okay, well, we'll see you when you get back. But anyhow, oh, are you still there, Cherokee? Little one, get Wilbur. Are you still there, Cherokee?
Look, Wilbur has his own little carry sack now. So I can take Wilbur when we go hiking anywhere, and I can carry him. See? Just like that. But Bear still has not made me a car seat for Wilbur. I'm very worried about him when we drive in the car.
The seatbelt doesn't work on Wilbur.
Anyhow, Cherokee can always look at that when she gets back. Oh, by the way, little one, it's 7:15 already.
Yeah, I know.
Is this
I go on at 7:30.
7:30? Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't like when she says uh-oh.
Oh, I'm just reading the DOI's blog.
Yeah.
Yeah. The blog is interesting. I'm looking at an article called Letting the Sun Shine on the FOIA. So let's see what doublespeak we're going to put up with this year.
Okay, Ethan, I haven't talked to Richard since last year, roughly about this time. And he was planning on doing some more exploration. He'd had some geophysical stuff run on it, and there was a target that he was looking to get to. The backpack core drill that he had attempted to use, if you're ever trying to use a backpack core drill, you have to be able to collar it in solid rock. If you've got soil, decaying rock, stuff like that, the hole won't stay open. It just doesn't work. So he was going to have to implement some alternative methodology to get down to the rock in order to get some samples, but it wasn't too far. So he might he might be uh, he might have found something since then, but he hasn't contacted me. Um, and I don't know. If I have some time, I may call him up just see how things are going. Um, why is the term "the redder the better" so important? I haven't heard that phrase, but my guess would be because the more iron there is, it means the more iron pyrite there used to be, and the more likelihood that there's more gold. Generally, iron pyrite, gold, and quartz come out of solution at about the same time, the same temperatures. And so whenever you see a lot of iron staining in the quartz, that's a good sign. Now, the other one is kind of a yellowish color. Limonite is like an iron sulfate. And if you look at big open pit copper mines and stuff, typically a lot of times the overburden is this kind of weird yellowish color. And again, it's the iron that's left over. Once the rainwater and stuff leaches stuff out, the iron is remaining and it's been oxidized. Do you remember the dirt in Graterville being really red, little one? I don't recall it being that.
I don't recall it being terribly red.
Yeah, the place we were at, I don't recall it being that terribly red. But again, it has to do with iron. And iron is quite often co-deposited with gold. It's also co-deposited with things like copper and everything. It's not very soluble. So as it gets oxidized from the rainwater, and the rainwater starts washing the copper oxides and copper chlorides and things like that downward, the iron tends to be left behind. And depending upon the exact chemistry, a lot of the gold tends to be left behind too. If you got the right chemistry, it can dissolve and also be reprecipitated down below. And so that's why you're looking for red. You're actually looking for iron oxides. And those iron oxides are often associated with the gold because the iron sulfide that they were oxidized from, was co-deposited with the gold in the original ore forming event. If that's clear. But that's why you tend to. There's also gold wears an iron hat. That's a very common one. Same thing. You get all this stuff deposited together, and then leaching carries other stuff away, except for the iron. The iron oxides are not very soluble at all. You're welcome, Patrick. Gold rides an iron horse. It's the association between iron and gold that is very, very common. And that's why it's common. I have seen some pretty good ores that don't have a lot of iron in them, but it's unusual. So anyhow, that's the association there. Around here, there's a lot of base metals too, especially just that way. Not too many miles, as in 5 miles. There's districts that have lots of lead, zinc, silver ores, and things like anywhere from several ounces to the ton silver all the way up to the biggest one I saw was 200 ounces to the ton, although things in the 15 to 40 ounce per ton range are fairly common down there. But it's associated with lead, zinc, silver ores, and tends to be somewhat more complex than the average gold ore that a small miner can effectively handle without a great deal of difficulty. So whenever you have an ore body that has a lot of different metals in it, it's called polymetallic. Like a lot of the copper mines down in Arizona, while they're technically copper mines in terms of that's the major product, there is sufficient gold and silver being recovered to be a major economic incentive there. And so you'll often hear the term polymetallic ore bodies now when they're trying to indicate it's not a single mineral that is the economic target. It's a combination of various minerals added together that gives you the profit margin to make it useful. So when you see the term polymetallic ore body, that's often what I mean. It's not definitive. It's not gold and silver plus copper. And it just means there's a number of different metals, and when you add them all together, it makes profit. And you're generally see gold and silver with copper ores. You also will see silver with lead ores.
A lot of the tellurium that is actually processed is processed from the byproducts of copper polymetallics.
Well, Ethan, one of the best ways of doing it, it's more complex now because we used to have lots of smelters and refiners running around. And so you simply had to find somebody who could efficiently process a particular ore or a particular concentrate, generally to save costs, unless it was a very rich ore. You generally crush it and concentrate it near the mine and then ship it to a smelter or a refiner. And there's nothing wrong in theory with that now either, depending upon how good a grade a concentrate you can get. We were looking at one mine down near Arizona where our concentrate was running 5 to 8 ounces per ton gold, and the refiner was saying they would process it for less than $1,000 a ton. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that, that's pretty nice. And it takes all the really complicated parts of the extraction process and hands it off to somebody else. And that's often quite good. Ethan, the first thing you would want to do is see how can you effectively concentrate it to get you a good recovery. You don't want to leave too much left in the tailings. Once you get it into a concentrate, then you can analyze that concentrate and see what a good, price from a refiner would be. You also have to be concerned about the regulations in terms of your tailings are probably going to have a level of lead in it that the EPA is not going to allow you to just throw anywhere you want. So that's one of the potential problems. I've run into a lot of arsenopyrite around here, and arsenic, EPA says 1 part per million is allowable, and we're starting with 1,000. So you got to figure out what to do with the tailings. And there's a difference between what can you do that's safe and what can you do that's legal. So if you can recover all the arsenopyrite, then the tailings don't have hardly any arsenic left, and you could theoretically throw them away, but you have to be pretty darn efficient. And then the arsenopyrite, you're probably going to have to ship that overseas to get it processed. I've actually been to Sudbury, Jeff. The kind of nickel deposits there are what you're describing is called a sill deposit, where you have a magma chamber.
That's Sudbury, Canada?
Yeah.
And that's where rhodium is.
Yeah. And where the high melting point, high density minerals crystallize out of the melt and settle through it. Now, again, you're talking nickel, platinum, chromium, all of those have very high melting points. And so they will crystallize, and those crystals being heavy will settle through the magma and collect on the bottom of the magma chamber, just like dust on a windowsill. Thus the term sill deposit. And it's one of the very, there's different ways that things get concentrated, but your chromium, your nickel, your platinum group metals are very often from sill deposits. And I was very lucky. My mom did a lot of traveling. She was a teacher, and we'd be traveling like 2.5 months every year in the summer. So yeah, we've been to Sudbury. Got a tour through the concentrator, and don't think they actually smelted it there, but they did roast it there, because I remember the conveyors of the red hot roasted sulfides, cooling off there. Well, Mr. Fang, if you got a structure, that looks like a vein, but say any kind of a structure that's setting off your MD20, take a sample and pan it. Not hard to do, and that'll give you a real quick idea. I don't know. I presume the MD20, like other metal detectors, can be set off just by heavy minerals. No metal detecting. I do not know anything about the Bland mine or the Bumblebee Cleater area in any detail whatsoever. I recognize the word Bumblebee from things, but I couldn't even tell you what district it was in, so I can't help you on that one. There will be stuff on the internet, though. If you go to the diggings and stuff, quite often on the listing of the mine, you'll see some reports, government reports and stuff.
The diggings has them, and Western mining history has a lot.
And then just, block copy the title of that report, open a new window and put it in the search, and you can get some really, really lengthy amounts of information for absolutely free. There's nothing I've been looking at here that you couldn't get for free, although I actually paid to get a CD from Montana Bureau of Mines. And going through that, I mean, each county, I've got, 100 pages on the geology, the general geology, the mines, some of the individual mines, typically, like 100 individual deposits. And you say it teaches you the geology. Another thing to do is when you're looking through one of those reports, if you're not a highly skilled geologist or whatever, like I'm not, have another window open and just use it to search. When they say, it's got this kind of a host rock and that, and it's Oligocene sandstone, you can sit there and you can just plug those things in and learn them. And that'll teach you the terminology and things like that. That's how you can kind of learn your geology. Yeah, BR, that's right. But most of those mines are pretty low grade too. And if you use my hand panning technique, you'd be surprised what you can get. My detection limit on, like the southern Pima County area there, the mines down there near Arivaca and such, my detection limit's about 0.01 ounces per ton, and that's by assay. I can detect it real easily. Now up here, my detection limit's more like a 0.05 or a 0.1 ounces per ton. That's still way less than what you need as a small scale operator to make money. You need to be 0.5 ounce, 1 ounce to the ton absolute minimum if you're going to try and make money on a micro scale. So the hand panning, my technique, will get you that real fine gold. Now you have to be careful, because the coarser gold you won't see. That's the funny thing about it. It picks up the real fine stuff 100 mesh and smaller, highly reliably. The 100 to 50 mesh, you may start losing some of that. The 50 mesh and more, you're not going to see it. It's going to go someplace else compared to where you're looking at. So you have to kind of pan it twice using two different reveals. Oh, absolutely, BR. Most of this stuff in Montana B, I can't see. I'm getting maybe 10% recovery in the pan. This stuff, it's either so fine or it's chemically combined with tellurium or arsenopyrite or something. I don't know where it is, but it floats like nothing I've ever seen before. I mean, literally, I took the pulverized ore, put it in the water, stirred it up, let it sit for a minute, poured off the top third of the water, and the solids in that top third of the water had roughly the same grade as the raw ore I started with. That gives you an idea how well this stuff floats. It's insane. We got an interesting challenge ahead of us. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is develop that. Now, that very well may be able to be concentrated by flotation. The problem with leaching on a small scale is the permitting cost and the capital expenditures involved. Cyanide technically is not hard to use. Pretty simple. It's not highly hazardous if properly handled or things like that. It's not that big a deal. It's safer to handle than gasoline. Okay. But because of environmentalists really pushing how horrible it is and stuff, in Montana, you can't even use it, which is insane because it's so easy, it's so safe. But, you use it wrong, it'll kill you. Absolutely. It's less toxic than the chlorine that they add to your drinking water, But, again, try and explain this to people. People are not rational animals. They're not scientific, follow the science. Yeah, right. Good luck. Not when some guy can do some PR BS. Okay, it's about time for the tinfoil hat report here. And my throat could use a little bit of wetting. Are you about ready, little one?
Almost.
Almost. She's almost ready. See what I have to deal with. Glycine, huh? Well, I don't know why glycine would leach gold, but see what I can get. Glycine. I mean, there's things like thiourea, chlorine. There's a number of different ones. I mean, you use salt in the proper environment. Salt works. Just Google saline leach for gold. You should get an article by ASAT on that one from years ago.
Chlorine bleach on halides, I believe it is.
On halides?
With halide leaching or something.
Well,
with
chlorine
bleach.
is a halide.
Yeah. Halide leaching with chlorine bleach. I was reading something about it the other day for some bizarre reason.
Yep.
I ran into it by accident.
Okay.
Hi. Tinfoil hat time, people. So, a couple of sources all y'all might be interested in. Well, yeah, lots of things can kill you. A few sources that I like to use that you might be interested in. First of all, I'm wearing an actual tinfoil hard hat, dude. Get it right. It's a hard hat. When reality hits, you want the full protection, okay? The tinfoil's to keep me from the government mind race. We all know this. Anyway, a couple of resources that you might consider looking at when you want to know about gold mining and silver mining and metals and inflation and other interesting things to do with our money problems. Moneymetals.com. They actually sell gold and silver, and they have pretty good prices actually. But they also have a news section where they have a lot of really good in-depth articles on a very, very regular basis, and we'll be going over some of them tonight. The other source I like to use a lot is seekingalpha.com. Now, Seeking Alpha, you get a very limited number of articles for free, but their subscription is well worth it. I mean, at least in my personal opinion, it's well worth it. I don't have one at the moment. Oh, really? Trump supporter? Where? I know nothing. I categorically have no comment on the issue of my supporting. Okay?
Admit nothing, deny everything, demand proof.
Exactly. I admit nothing. I deny everything. I demand proof. Okay, YouTube. I have covered myself now. So, this week, Money Matters was discussing quite a few things. And one of the things they discussed is the fact that prices are indeed set to soar. We all know that inflation is going on. And one of the things that people need to understand is what inflation really means. What inflation means is a drastic increase in the money supply. Now,
relative to the commodities.
To commodities or whatever. What we see is the direct effect of that, the rise of prices at the grocery store, at the gas station. But those may be in part due to factors other than increase in money supply. Has the money supply increased? Oh, most definitely. The federal government, in its infinite wisdom, has decided that telling people about the M1 and the M2 is pretty much obsolete these days. I mean, they're just like so last year. But you can still get access to that information from Fred, which is the Federal Reserve in St. Louis, if you dig hard enough. The M0 is the baseline for M1 and M2, and the M0 has increased 26% in less than a year. The overall money supply has come pretty close to increasing 50% in the last year and a half. So there's a whole lot more paper floating around out there, which is not a good thing, okay? So where we are currently in our inflationary cycle is we have far more money running around than we should have running around. But we are also dealing with inflation that is caused by regulatory issues. Things like the regulatory burden of putting ethanol in gas is one example that someone used in an article. This results in an increase in price that, because gasoline has a very, very low profit margin attached to it, the gas prices will go up. So even if you didn't have physical money inflation happening, you'd still see gas prices going up at the pump because of regulatory inflation caused by legislation and regulation, which is not a good thing. Where we stand right now is we have inflation caused by COVID, and where that happened is the supply chain was severely compromised by the lockdowns. We have ongoing long-term destabilization across multiple sectors and supply chains. So, for instance, the lumber supply chain is not expected to recover fully for 3 to 5 years, and that is if there are no more lockdowns or pandemic scares. The paper supply chain, both in terms of the toilet paper one everyone knew about and all the other tens of thousands of paper-related products that people didn't really notice, probably won't stabilize for another 2 to 3 years. We have a serious set of disruptions and bottlenecks happening across the entire parts industry sector, whether it's auto parts, appliance parts, um, plumbing parts, just general widgets and gizmos and gadgets that people need all the time. Aluminum cans, for some bizarre reason, and part of it was bottlenecks and problems in the recycling supply chain, which made the recycling of aluminum pretty much grind to a halt. And add to that the shutdown and the severe slowdown in bauxite mining and direct manufacturing of new aluminum has caused what's probably going to turn into a long-term destabilization in the supply of aluminum cans in the world. So if you use aluminum cans, which I do, please recycle, because the recycling chain is coming back faster than the initial processing chain of new aluminum. That's in part because the recycling chain is more flexible. But some interesting things are going on with gold and silver mining stocks these days, because quarter four reports came out for 2020 for the gold mining industry. And the gold mining industry finished off an absolutely historic quarter. Amazing fundamentals. We're talking amazing profits, amazing new ventures opening up, amazingly strong fundamentals that would send stocks soaring through the roof to the moon, because these companies are doing fantastic things. And this was the most historic quarter for gold mining companies in the GXC's recording history. And it was the icing on the cake on the longest historic string of gaining quarters for these gold mining companies. But in a bizarre and truly mysterious twist of fate, for some reason, all of these gold mining stocks have been falling. It's just very odd. No idea why this happens. They have been fallen. They are extraordinarily undervalued. They were in the doldrums for months. The traders of the world have decided that these tremendously successful companies with rock solid fundamentals and nothing but a bright future are, for some unaccountable reason, not a good investment. Funny, that sounds a lot like a certain GameStop stock that I seem to remember having the same problem not long ago. And, well, that stock, it turned out to be a case of deliberate suppression of the stock and deliberate manipulation by a variety of hedge funds. And, well, I don't want to unnecessarily speculate here, but I would say that people should start keeping a close eye on the GXE, which is the gold stock exchange, basically. And this is a good time to invest in gold stocks and silver mining stocks, because they are indeed undervalued. Because of the current regulatory climate in the United States, I would suggest either sticking with the really big guys who have the lawyers to fight the government, or I would stick with the ones that are American-based but are exploiting more of their foreign assets, because their foreign assets are held in places with more amenable regulatory environments. Not necessarily less safe, not necessarily less environmentally responsible, but just easier to get things done. But it is interesting to note that there seems to be a trend going on across the stock market of companies that have really good fundamentals, that have really strong business models, that have really low debt, that have good price to earnings ratios, that are finding themselves having trouble raising money by selling stock, because, oh gee, their stock for some reason is falling instead of rising. Only certain players in the market these days are enjoying the boom caused by the King Biden, the incoherence, amazing administration. We all know this. We are, in case you haven't heard, our economy is in absolutely wonderful shape. We are in the best shape of our lives entirely due to King Biden, the incoherent, of course. And um, we are in such good shape that we are spending $1.9 trillion that we don't have. And we're looking to spend another 4 or 5 trillion that I can see so far in the legislation that they have on board. And that's just looking at the big parts of the legislation. That's not looking at the pork. That's looking at what the laws coming up are going to cost just out the door. We are on track for spending like I've never even imagined before. It's pretty ridiculous. But there is still a persistent and very large amount of deliberate suppression going on the price of physical gold and physical silver. There's still deliberate suppression of statistics on the amount of paper gold and silver out there that is out there absolutely naked. It is imaginary. Now, I did see an interesting theory advanced by a guy that basically lives in math land. His math was too complex for me to follow because, I only have 10 fingers and 10 toes, unless I use bear's fingers and toes too. But he made a very interesting point. And what he was saying is what's going on in the paper stock, paper gold, and paper silver market is similar to what was going on with GameStop stock, and the naked shorts. Now, with GameStop, what was going on is hedge funds are actually holding 130% more GameStop stock on paper than actually exists in reality. In other words, 30% of the stock that they're trading back and forth to cause the price to rise or fall so that they can cover their shorts, those shorts are naked shorts. They're entirely imaginary, which is really interesting. It's probably illegal, not that that has ever stopped a hedge fund from doing something. But this gentleman was pointing out an interesting thing that he had noticed in the price of gold and silver, paper stocks, and during trading hours versus after hours trading. Now, in the GameStop stock situation, what you were seeing is during trading hours, can trade. The game was going way up. And after hours,
Hey, David.
when the hedge funds get to play, they were selling their fake paper back and forth, short laddering as it's called, and driving the price back down so that in the morning, when ordinary people woke up and saw their huge profits evaporating, they would panic and sell their real stock. Well, every time a new real stock comes on the market, a fake one can go bye-bye, at least temporarily. Now, you're seeing pretty much the opposite in the paper gold and paper silver market. During the day, the paper gold and silver market prices are stagnant and being held almost artificially low. But after hours trading, they're going through the roof. And then they're short laddering right down to a low point again. This is about as solid a case for concerted manipulation as you can get. And it is beginning to become evident because more and more people are trying to get their physical gold and silver for their paper certificate. At some point, the squeeze is going to become so evident that we're going to start seeing more companies that specialize in paper gold and silver just shutting down and disappearing because they can't fulfill their orders. I did see several reports that the stock of physical bar stock in silver bars has been steadily going downhill for about 9 months now, while the paper stock is still going up, which I don't suppose is actually supposed to happen, but there's nothing to see here. It's just, well, there's a squirrel over there. You can look at the squirrel over there. But basically, where we are right now is even the banks are beginning to posit a $50 an ounce price for silver by the end of the year. They are laying the groundwork right now to begin a controlled upward move to a new baseline for silver. They're not doing this for gold. I am theorizing this is because there's more real silver running around than there is real gold running around, but I'm not sure. But there are more and more banks and more voices of reason out there, the same ones that claim that there's no such thing as manipulation, and some of them have been fined for it, positing a $50 an ounce price on silver by the end of the year. I have heard forecasts of $2,000 gold by the end of the year. That would be the new floor. And I would anticipate, if they follow their usual manipulation techniques and can get away with it, that floor would hold solid for several years before they let it inch up again by a couple of dollars. However, this is where the inflationary problem that they're creating with our actual money supply might cause them to lose control of the gold and silver market. Because I think what they are not anticipating is that if they do allow the prices to increase, there will be a higher percentage of people currently in paper gold and paper silver that are currently beginning to worry about it because they're seeing that nobody can buy gold or silver anywhere, may decide to cash it out. And then things could get really interesting. In the meantime, in other news, there is something new in the works. The federal government is talking about the Fed coin again. Fed coin is going to be a cryptocurrency. It's going to be a digital currency. Fed coin is very much in favor right now over at the Treasury. The International Monetary Fund also believes that Fed coin would be a really good idea because, unlike Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and the 19 zillion other cryptocurrencies that are not controlled by governments, so cannot be monitored, cannot be taxed, and are can't be made to go poof except by criminals, Fed coin would be entirely in the hands of the Federal Reserve and the Treasury and the International Monetary Fund. It would be a safe, secure, well-regulated, very careful, and absolutely wonderful cryptocurrency. Totally safe. And somehow it is meant to financially empower the financially disadvantaged in the United States, people who for some reason cannot get bank accounts, for instance. I don't know how ultra poor people are supposed to benefit from currency becoming only electronic, but
You're no expert.
this is interesting, coming on the heels of the government's test run during lockdown 1.0 toward a cashless economy. I don't think it escaped anybody's attention that all of a sudden during lockdown 1.0, there was a shortage of coins. And due to contamination concerns and public health concerns, we were not supposed to be using cash money anymore. And we couldn't use coins anymore because, well, stores couldn't get coins for some strange, unaccountable reason. And by the way, that had nothing to do with minting being shut down because minting was not shut down during lockdown 1.0. That was, in the opinion of much of the serious tinfoil hat community and prepper community, a dry run to get us to a cashless system, to declare physical currency to be largely irrelevant so they can make it go away. Never mind, it would be utterly and completely unconstitutional. That has not stopped our government lately anyway. But as it stands, this is a good time if you can find physical silver to grab physical silver. It's a good time if you have funds in 401ks to consider getting some of your excess funds out of 401ks and using them to pay down variable interest debt. Do not get stuck in a variable interest anything right now. You want to get to a place where all your interest rates are fixed, because right now the interest rate is being held down very hard. That's not going to be able to last much longer. It's pretty much mathematically impossible. This is also a good time if you want to stay in the stock market to investigate very closely the top companies on the GXE, like Barrick, for instance, the strong, solid basis and fundamentals of the gold and silver mining stocks, and in other parts of the world, the rare earths mining stocks are a good place to park stock market money, because at the moment they are undervalued and they're being actively suppressed. The time to buy something is when it's being actively suppressed, and then you hold on to it for forever and a day. I did notice some interesting things in Walmart the other day. When we picked up the incredible chartreuse shirt over here, basically the only chartreuse work clothes that were left were a few shirts on hangers like that. The other parts of the shelves were completely bare. Other shelves that were completely bare, in a rather odd time of the day, considering there were delivery trucks outside that were food delivery trucks, were certain sections of the ice cream, certain sections of the convenience foods, and not ones that are normally associated with the holidays. There was still a whole heck of a lot of corned beef, considering that it was St. Patty's Day. You know, they were apparently overstocked on corned beef for some reason. Chicken was looking depleted, and beef was looking significantly depleted up here. Lunch meats are still being held at lower stock levels than they had been. But so far, we're not seeing an across-the-board increase in price on staples. I am noting in every store we go in lower stock values on the shelves than you would normally see in a grocery store. There are, and as odd as it is, the last 4 packs of gum I bought, 4 different stores, 4 different days, were all stale. No idea why that is. I have not run into a fresh pack of gum in about 5 months now. So if anybody knows where to get fresh chewing gum, let me know, because so far Walgreens, Winco, Walmart, and Albertsons all had stale gum on the shelf. And I have no idea why. But maybe there's something going on in the gum world that I don't know about these days. We got any questions over here?
No, they have a lot of comments, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, account locked. Most definitely. We don't want to go into account locked. Oh, geez.
Cheese prices?
Cheese prices? Where we are, cheese prices are holding historically stable. They've gone up probably about 5%. I did notice it is getting harder to find certain varieties of cheese. Certain varieties of cheese are getting harder to find. They're having lower stock values. It's getting harder to find Bear's fine shredded cheddar cheese. That the fine shred used to be available at every store in town all the time. Now the only place we can find it is at Walmart. The cheese price is indirectly tied to milk price, and milk futures and milk prices have been holding steady for probably about 6 or 7 months now on the macro scale. On the micro scale, there were a whole range of problems and delivery issues that were ongoing during lockdown 1.0 that are still ongoing in some states that caused temporary price rises, but those are part of the supply bottleneck. Now, chicken is something you're all going to want to watch because we still have a serious bottleneck in chicken production. This is where, when you see rotisserie chickens getting smaller and smaller, what you're looking at there is a production bottleneck. They are having to market the birds earlier and kill the birds earlier because they cannot get processing time for them otherwise usually. What we're seeing a lot of now is chicken leg quarters in the 10-pound bags at Walmart are at historic highs. I mean, you'll get maybe 8 legs in a 10-pound bag, sometimes 7. This means you have a processing bottleneck. You didn't have enough parting out plants open to kill the chickens, so the chickens had to be held beyond the normal market weight for a chicken. And when you've got an imbalance between the production side of things and the processing side of things, then you'll get certain foods like the whole birds, rotisseries and roasters, that are smaller and smaller, and things like the parts will get bigger and bigger. So when you start seeing bigger and bigger parts, this is a good time for you to start buying parts rather than whole birds. When you've got overages in the other direction, where you've got wide open processing and bottleneck on production end, that's when you'll see smaller parts and bigger birds. And for the record, the parts are usually cheaper per pound. In unit price wise, the parts are usually a much better bargain than the whole birds are. For instance, at Walmart, the 10-pound bags of leg quarters are still holding at $6.88 a bag, so 68.8 cents per pound. Thighs are always more expensive than whole leg quarters. No freaking clue why that is, but they are. Chicken breast around here is still holding at $1.99. But by the way, people, start checking your chicken breast carefully. If you see a lot of white lines on the chicken breast, the boneless, skinless varieties, do not buy it unless you're planning to make stew, and report it instead to your to your butcher person, because there is another run of woody breast, which is actually an illness that chickens get. It causes those thin white lines to show up on your boneless, skinless chicken breasts. What those thin white lines translate to is woody, tough, tasteless chicken, and it makes really crappy chicken salad. So if you see that, it is something that needs to be reported to the butcher because it is supposed to be tracked by the USDA. That's just a thing. Okay. In the meat in general, right now, ground hamburger is still coming in at historically low prices for Walmart prices. The price has not gone up. It is the cuts of whole meat that's beginning to ratchet up around here, and not just the locally produced stuff, but the factory stuff that we get at Walmart. That's something that needs to be watched as summer is approaching. I've been seeing some odd shortages in certain canned goods. Canned green beans were at lower levels than I've seen them in a long time. And that's been a persistent thing. So it wasn't just related to a recent holiday that we had either. So I'm going to start keeping a closer eye on veggies in that regard. But definitely keep an eye on your chicken, because right now chicken parts are going to get you more meat for your money than whole birds will. The whole birds are going to be meat light and bone heavy, even if they appear to be about the same size. They are going to be meat light and bone heavy. So go for parts, because with the bottleneck going on the processing end, you're going to be getting more meat for your money that way. And avoid the, just so you know, woody breast is not unsafe to eat. It is absolutely safe to eat. It's not going to make you sick. It's just really crappy quality. It only works well in stew. If you do end up with some and you are not sure what to do with it, you stew it. You make like chicken fricassee, chicken stew, chicken soup, and you want to slice the chicken with the direction of the white lines. You do not want to slice opposite that direction, because it ends up being even worse to deal with. But the best way to use it in that case is to slice it with the lines and like shred it to make chicken fajitas, to make chicken enchiladas, use it in chicken stew, chicken fricassee, chicken, not chunks, more shreds than chunks, because that makes the woodiness and the tough quality of it the least noticeable. And there is a small degradation in flavor when you're dealing with woody breast. It's not it's not optimal. There was a large outbreak of it, probably about 18 months ago now, that ran through the organic free range chicken farms and was pretty much a nationwide problem. It's not as common in the factory farms as it is in the free range and organic farms, because the factory farms, of course, more tightly control and medicate their birds. So that's just something to consider there. I mean, I prefer free range chicken because it has a better taste. And yes, I'm wearing a designer tinfoil hat. I designed it myself. Bear made it, but I designed it myself.
Oh, I
It's
customized it.
going to be getting ears and a bow, of course, because it's just hopelessly under accessorized at the moment. But we're working on accessorizing it later. Yeah, winging it. That does not surprise me at all on the issue of lumber, and the price is going to go up even higher, because in addition to everything else that happened to the lumber industry in lockdown 1.0, the lumber industry was basically decimated, because first of all, nobody was out there planting the pulp trees and the standard fast growing lumber trees that are going to be needed 5 years from now. Nobody was out there cutting down trees. The lumber mills were shut down, so the trees that would normally have been cut down and be aging and being kiln dried and being pressure treated and everything were not getting tended to because of lockdown 1.0. On the toilet paper front, Canada is going to be in really bad shape if they don't get their industry working overtime. And the US is having a problem too, because a lot of de-stumping programs were shut down. And what most people don't realize is toilet paper is usually made from sawdust and pulp byproducts and stumps from de-stumping programs. And when that was not running, that kind of cut into the general supply that is used to make the TP. Yes, Barry?
Did you find out whether or not that glue shortage thing had any validity on the OSB, or whether it's just the wood?
I have not been able to find out any direct links of a glue shortage. I did, however, find out that many of the base materials used to make the glues that are used to make OSB and just general wood glues and other adhesive products are currently in short supply. And in some cases, there doesn't seem to be any earthly reason why they would be in short supply, but they are anyway. That's the case with a lot of things going around now. It's just rather bizarre. But I will continue to try to track down the glue shortage thing.
Well, all this disruption of the supply chain is not going to help the inflation situation any whatsoever.
No, it does not help the inflation situation for well, I would say yes and no on that actually. You can make the case that the supply chain shortage does call people's attention to the visible effect of inflation more, what people consider to be inflation, meaning prices going up. They don't realize the the disservice that's being done here by our media. Well, one of the many manifest disservices being done here by the propagandist apparatchik that call themselves journalists is they have not explained to the American people how supply chains work. So when you see sharp spikes in prices, what you're usually looking at is a supply bottleneck. Something just cannot be had for love nor money. So, if it cannot be had, if all the parts to make your widget now cost 75% more than they did because so few of them are available, then your widget is going to cost 150% more at the store. That is just the way life works. But if people have no understanding of supply chains, they can't discern between the ongoing inflation caused by regulatory burdens and an excess money supply and the spiking inflation that is seen caused by supply bottlenecks and supply chain breakdowns, like when the price of our eggs at Restaurant Depot tripled in the space of 2 weeks. The eggs tripled in 2 weeks not because of inflation, but because of a lack of egg. Egg go bye-bye.
Well, and then they drop back down fairly quickly in a month or
Yes.
so.
And that is where you can see supply chain fluctuations at work, is when a price will ratchet up sharply from Monday to Wednesday. And then 3 weeks later, the price comes down again. The question is, where does the price come down to?
Mhm.
Take a look at the yogurt, the Carb Master yogurt, when it went through its spike. Before it went through its spike, Carb Master yogurt averaged at our Kroger 40 cents for a container. It would go on sale, 3 for $1 every 2 weeks. Then lockdown 1.0 hit and there was a major supply chain disruption and there was no yogurt. There were very few flavors there. You were lucky if you could get them, and there was no sale prices, and it spiked up to about 75 or 80 cents for about 2 weeks. When it came back down, it did not come back down to 40 cents. It came back down to 50 cents as a new baseline price, with it being 40 cents on sale. That is where you see the real inflation, because grocery stores have basically two sets of prices going. They have the prevailing wholesale price they can get this week on that thing, and that's it. But then they have the long term contracts that they are in. And when those contracts get rewritten, they're rewritten to reflect new prices. So we're seeing more of, start looking for that in your grocery stores. Keep a freaking price book for a month or two. Keep your receipts. Buy things or note the prices down when they are not on sale and watch how they go up incrementally over time. Also, sales have started getting further apart on things. Our yogurt used to go on sale every 2 weeks at Kroger, at Fry's, and then it went to going on sale every 4 weeks instead. So most products have a historic sale pattern, and that pattern will get wider in an attempt to hide inflation.
Well, another thing that I noticed I know someone who runs a motorcycle shop, and they used to sell stuff on discount. They give you a discount or this, that, or the other. All discounts are gone now.
Yep.
And yet that won't show up in your inflation stats because the MSRP hasn't changed.
Yes.
It's just now you don't get a discount. So the price of motorcycles might have gone up 10 to 20%, but it won't show up in the statistics.
Well, I don't know if you noticed this, but when we were at Super One the other day, remember I pointed out that they sold beef marrow bones.
Yeah.
Now, last year, you could buy beef marrow bones and soup bones anywhere in Tucson. And the last time we were here in Montana, anywhere here in Helena that I saw them, you could get them for like $1.45 a pound.
Mm-hmm.
And they were $2.35
Wow.
for flensed marrow bones. And by the way, flensed bones may look prettier, but you actually want them to be a little bit dirty. They work better when you roast them. You get more complexity of flavor if you're making bone broth. Just to let you know. So if you're making bone broth, buy a bone-in meat, whatever, and cut the meat off it yourself and leave a few chunks on there when you roast your bones. You will get a far more complex flavor. It also helps if you split the bones the long way down the middle. I saw one idiot that did a YouTube video. I just about cried. Beautiful bones. She cut them in rings. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? No. Just a long way. Slice long way and roast, please.
Yeah, Desert Dog, that's he was considered opinion also. I haven't been following it in enough detail. I've been doing other stuff, and I trust her to do such things.
Yep, that is exactly it. It is basically about 30% of the U.S. money supply has come out in the last couple of years. It's the M0 went vertical a couple, like last year. M1 and M2 both went vertical. There is more money out there than.
Well, I think that this is the clearest real world example of what Milton Friedman used to call helicopter money of anything I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
If you just run around and throw money out of a helicopter, Yep. So it's amazing.
I mean, absolute helicopter money. Had no argument for me at all.
Okay. Anything else?
Not really. If anybody has anything in specific they would like me to look into, whether it be reptilians or cars that run on water or anything else, just drop a note in the comments or send Bear an email and I can do some research and get back to you on it. But beyond that, buy gold and silver mining stocks, start getting out of variable rate loans, if you've got variable rate loans, get out of them. Get into fixed rate anything. I would pay down the fixed rate, but if we do get the inflationary cycle that some people predict, that fixed rate will work to your advantage. But you do want to get out of variable rates. And don't let anybody stop you from spending cash. We have gone to basically a 90% cash economy because this push for the cashless society is not good for anyone, especially not digital currency, which can indeed go poof in the very literal sense of the word. Though I will say, I have some Bitcoin. My Bitcoin is now worth like $90. Woohoo!
Yeah, winging it. That's kind of my feeling too.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, dearie. Get everything set up again here. Yeah, David. She's really good at researching stuff. Sometimes it's kind of disconcerting what she comes up with. She tries to go to original sources. Like, for example, she will actually read the legislation, not just what somebody says about the legislation.
Reading the Federal Register earlier. Really scary.
And so, I'm fairly I trust her analysis. Everyone should, of course, you know, do their own due diligence.
IR genius. That's why I wear a tinfoil hat.
Yep. Patrick thought it was great. Terry wants you to start selling the hats. And
I'll be happy to sell the hats.
David was also pleased. I agree, David. Eyes open, mouth shut, and don't forget, head on a swivel.
And watch out for pandas. They're vicious.
Rick says, us foilers got to stick together. There's some crazies out there. Yep.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
Miner 49er says, thank you, Eva.
Well, I will say this. For years and years, people teased me about my habit of keeping 6 months of toilet paper in stock. Boy, did I laugh my ass off during lockdown 1.
Yeah, it was funny. I went to Walmart with Joachim one time, probably around late March, I'm guessing. And it was interesting to see a bunch of empty shelves. That was really, really interesting. You know, it's like, fascinating. Terry wants to know, was that a pun? Which?
Yes, it was a pun.
Yes, she says. I forgot what it was.
Inadvertent, but funnily enough, that happens now and then.
Yeah. So, anyhow, we are focused on maintaining a reasonable supply of durable food and paper products and such. And of course, my focus is on gold mining, which in a catastrophic market failure will tend to do very well. And we're also going to try and start stocking up a little bit on silver coins here if we can find them, now that our situation is stabilized and my health has gotten better and weather's cleared up enough where I can start working in the field again. So we're going to start trying to add some there. Years ago, I mean, we've been kind of preppers for a while, so doesn't take a whole lot for us to. This is also a situation kind of like that old story about bear hunting and tennis shoes, where you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just got to be faster than the other guy. And same thing here. You just have to get to the store first. You have to see these things happening early enough so that everyone else doesn't see them. So you can go and get what you need and be out of the way when they show up to empty shelves.
Point should be made here. If you keep a long-term pantry, you never have to panic shop.
Mike Adams, Health Ranger. Okay, I'll see if I
You
can.
can even, as a matter of fact, if you keep a long-term pantry, you can even refrain from shopping during an emergency situation so that other people who are not that smart have stuff available to buy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're buying toilet paper when there's plenty on the shelves, it's not a problem. You know, just keeping your stuff stocked up. And then when it gets, then you don't have to go out. When do you think things are going to start happening for you, Keith? I'm not sure if that means the situation going south or our personal situation doing well. As far as I'm concerned, our personal situation is doing well now. We have a roof over our head, food on our tables. We're comfortable and dry and stuff like that. We're having a good time. Eva's got a smile on her face every day. So it's going good. Now, in terms of busy, it's starting right now. We're staking claims right now. Probably the next month or so, we'll be busy pretty much doing claim staking and some more research. Although we may be getting the Montana Bee in the not too distant future to start doing some kind of detailed sampling to try and establish what's actually there. And then assuming that there is something exploitable there, to actually start preparing to move some material, and we still have to get an effective extraction technique figured out and ready to go before we can do that. So say I expect to be just busy as can be for the next all the way till fall. That's my guess, is that the amount of stuff that needs to be done here, especially evaluating these new claims we're dealing with, that is going to take some work. Some of them are going to require potentially some significant underground work and things like that just to evaluate them. We'll see what we run into, but I expect to be fairly busy all summer and into next fall. No, Terry, that smile is because of me. No, it's mainly because of Montana. She just really does love it up here. She does. She likes the atmosphere. She likes the people. She likes the lack of people. She likes the view, things like that. She's just tickled pink. And I mean, remember how she said we were out there and I was up on the mountain and she was seeing this and this thing. Well, she's just sitting in the minor bago. Her legs aren't, is able to keep up with mine going up over hill and dale, and or at least not at this point. And so, but she goes out there and just sits there and crochets or relaxes and enjoys the scenery or plays games on her cell phone, smartphone, whatever. But I mean, she's just enjoying it. And I'm having a good time for entirely different reasons. I like the mining and getting a little fishing. And I got more fishing in the last month than I've had in the last 3 years. Yeah, Dean, the people here are very nice. Have we run into a jerk?
Nope.
I don't recall running into what you would just call, a garden variety jerk out here yet. Maybe just been lucky. Don't do a whole lot of socializing, but nevertheless, the level of social tension doesn't seem to be nearly here what it is, like say in Tucson. Everyone else who's been here seems to agree it's a nice country. I can't argue the case at all. I wouldn't even attempt to. And again, I don't need a whole lot to be happy. Oops, it's breaking up on us here. Okay, I just saw my face freeze. Anyone else seeing any buffering yet? So, I like being outdoors. I'm outdoors. I like going fishing. I got time to go fishing. I mean, right there, if I want to. I like mining. Got plenty of mining. Okay, nobody's seen anything else. Must just been a glitch, not from YouTube. But so as far as I'm concerned, we're doing fine. We're living the life. We're having fun. I don't have to be rich. Eva doesn't have to be rich. We don't have to be wildly successful. We
are successful.
Have to be comfortable.
We are doing exactly what we want to do, and we are comfortable doing it.
I'd like to be making a little more gold. But no, hopefully this summer we'll have an ore body and an extraction technique, whether it's on Montana B or one of the other claims, where we can actually focus on some production and getting some stuff going. I mean, My impact mill right now does, 150 pounds an hour, no problem. For those of you who came in late, I'm working on the plans. I know a couple of you people. I'm not sure exactly who they were, but you can put a little comment in there if you would. We're interested in some plans, and for you folks that are interested in some plans, I also want to know: do you want me to just blueprint what I've got, or do you want me to put in the improvements that I think are like guaranteed to make it better? Or I'm thinking I can make the plans where I can also say, well, if you make it a little bigger here, I think it'll make more production, but I'm not sure exactly how it'll work. So that's kind of my thought. I can do that. Hey, Jim, you finally showed up. I guess you were busy tonight. But I say, so that's kind of my question. Exactly what you want. I'm thinking basically it shouldn't be very difficult to make a plan that goes anywhere from a 4 to an 8-inch mill with very little differences between them, except possibly a larger engine. And that's about it. I don't know if the 6.5 horsepower is going to push an 8-inch mill, but I'm sure an 8 would. And that's one of my questions. And well, it's not just that too. It's the how fine the grind, wear and maintenance items, things like that are critical on a production mill. Not nearly so much on a test production mill, where you just, running 100 pounds here, 100 pounds there. That's a different story than if you're trying to run, 2,000 pounds a day. But I don't think the differences will be all that significant in hey, curmudgeon, huh? Hey, Keith, how's it going? I don't know who Ed Henry is. Must be another one of your friends. Sorry about ditching all of you in Tucson there. I don't know who will weld up your trailer again, but
they can keep it. Hi, Keith.
Yeah. There's Eva over there. Yeah.
He missed my tinfoil hat report.
He can. It's on YouTube. He can look at it again. Yeah, Keith is an old friend. We've known each other, I don't know, decade or more, and
at least.
So glad to see you're doing okay. And if you're ever up here, get in touch, man. We'll love to see. In terms of the Stephen B, the weight to drag around, it wouldn't be that much more. First of all, it's built with wheels, and the difference between a 4-inch mill and an 8-inch mill would probably be in the neighborhood of, I'm guessing 30 pounds, at most 40 pounds out of a 200-pound initial weight. You're increasing it maybe 20-25%, something like that.
Dude, I can wheel this thing around.
So Keith says, hi Eva, no, been here for a while. So cool you have good blood friends up there. So anyhow, that's kind of my thought. The differences in design are really quite modest. Basically, you have a chamber with a paddle wheel in it, that goes around. And the only difference is the chamber is deeper and the paddle wheel is also longer in this way. The 6-inch still ran fine with the 6.5 horsepower. I'm thinking probably an 8 horsepower would be better. And if you had even more horsepower, you might be able to go with a higher speed. Although, I don't know, it scares the bejesus out of me to have 40 pounds of steel spinning at 1,600 RPM, even if it isn't a 1/4 inch thick housing. Drop a good rock in there, and it makes some noise. But it seems to be doing, by adding the extra 2 inches, I seem to get a finer grind. And I think that's because if you're looking sideways at it, as the impeller's turning this way and the feed's on this side and the outlet's on this side, when it's only 4 inches, the outlet's right there. So it can get smacked and directly up a lot quicker. Whereas the other, it's got to work its way horizontally a couple inches before it can possibly escape. And I think that's one reason why it seems to be getting a really nice fine grind now. I also changed the outlet a little bit to try and improve that. But my concern right now is getting the volume of air through and seeing if I can improve the airflow. Because everything else being equal, the more airflow, the more material you can pulverize and transport. So those are the variables I'm looking at. But it seems to me that the ideas that I have should be pretty safe. But if I just put it in the plans, here's what I've done. I mean, things like how the legs are hooked up is not that's not a functional consideration. It's just a little bit secondary. Makes it a little more compact and a little more stable. But anyhow, so that's my basic idea there. And there was some cussing going on learning the new CAD program today. I don't know why they make a CAD program where you can't deselect snap grid without having to deselect all the other snaps. Also, it's just, my goodness. I don't, why not just have a toggle for every one of them? I don't know. Anyone else got any questions or mining questions or anything? I'm thinking $100, and if you the $100 gets you the plans, the rights to build one impact mill, and any additional mill you build is another $50, and that includes for sale, at least at this point. I think that's well worth the time and effort that it'll save you.
He'll even write some assembly instructions, maybe.
Just trying to figure everything out takes a lot of time, and that's a pain in the butt. I have no experience with the Sierra Blaster or the Micro Blaster. I'd love to. There's also a gentleman who wrote an article in the California Mining Journal about 6 months ago on things like that says that I don't know if he was working on it or he knew somebody who was, but they were working on it. Basically, you can put so much black powder in the charge before it becomes an explosive according to the law, and not just like essentially a cartridge. And so he was saying that when you jack it up basically to right at the legal limit, you can get a lot more power out of it. I do not know. I'd love to try it out sometime. And in fact, we may be doing some work with stuff like that in the not too distant future.
You just want to blow things up.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm a guy. It's testosterone. Fire, smoke, bang. Yeah. Wow, the Australian dollar is only about 40 cents US now, huh? Oh. No, Ragnar. I want to have as little connection with the government as possible. I don't want them to know my business, and I'm sure if I got a loan from them, they'd want to know my business. So I'd rather just not deal with them. Um, the problem with an electrically charged, electrically initiated system is stray electricity. Um, you'd have to make sure that things like static can't set it off, but even then, you can have, um, if you're running electrical equipment, a bad ground or something can do it. When you have a non-electrical initiation system, I think the Sierra Blaster is actually air initiated, but I'm not sure. But anyway, when you have a non-electric initiation, it tends to be less prone to accidental initiation. Now, I've set off hundreds of thousands of pounds of explosives with electric initiation, so it's not like I'm terrified of the stuff. But it's a lot nicer when you've got 20,000 pounds of explosives in the ground with 80 caps and boosters, knowing that until you hook up that last electrically initiated blasting cap, the only thing that's going to set that crap off is a direct lightning strike, because it takes hours and hours to set up a big blast, to load it. And if the weather changes, you want to be able to just back off and let the weather clear. And I must admit, it is comfortable to know that stray electricity is not going to set it off while you're working on it. Absolutely. Yeah, I say there's airlines have issues, wires have issues. Um, with wires, something like a Sierra Blaster, not a big deal, but I mean, we were setting off 100 holes at once, and the electric initiation box was only rated for 50 blasting caps at a time, so you had to use 2 circuits in parallel with no more than 50 caps per circuit. And so that got a little bit complicated at times. Not too bad. When it comes to grants, I don't know. Eva's going to research the stimulus fund things and stuff, which we still haven't even tried to get, but we may. If they're going to crash the system, we might as well get our cut on the way.
Government grants and loans are a bad idea.
Yeah. I say if it's a good initiation system, it should be quite reliable. But I have no familiarity with that, with the air initiation. We used non-L. Initially, we started with just electric blasting caps, and with different delays and putting series in parallel and stuff. And then we went to the non-L system, which has a small diameter plastic tube with aluminum dust in it, and it's initiated with detonating cord or a blasting cap, and it sends a flash of flame at 6,000 feet per second through the tube, and then that will initiate the delay sequences or whatever it is you're initiating with that, and it propagates in that manner. And there's a little bit of detonating cord involved and this and that. Depends on how much. Ours generally, each down hole, each hole had a detonating cord downline hooked to a short, like 18 inches above the booster itself. There was a loop that you'd tie a clove hitch to, and you'd tie your detonating cord from the holes to detonating cord main lines, and then the different main lines were separated from each other with delay elements, so that we were setting them about 25 milliseconds delay between lines with about 15 feet of burden for each line, 6.5-inch holes, something like that. It worked out pretty well. And we had good control, good directional control, not much fly. I've never heard of that one, Stephen. My guess is that he's careful how he holds it so that the gas goes one way and it's not pointed towards his flesh. The actual initiator is a device. It's got, like a steel tube, and the charge goes in the tube and it blows out the end of the tube. So if you're just holding the tube, it'd be like holding the barrel of a rifle. You can fire the bullet out the rifle. It's not going to hurt your hand, but put your hand in front of the barrel and see what happens. And so that's, well, and Stephen B., that might have been due to legal things too. A lawyer sees you do something and says, oh no, you got to get it, because somebody's going to try that and hurt themselves. And then you're going to be responsible because you showed them how safe it was. And some guy didn't do it the way you wanted, but you encouraged him, and it's all your fault. So, yeah, that sounds like lawyers.
Well, that's what they're trying to do to gun manufacturers
Yeah.
now.
And I say, I have no idea. I saw one not too long ago. I think it was on Tough Later Mouse, where they were using a 50 caliber BMG in a shotgun. And I thought, boy, that's going to blow the crap out of that shotgun. But what happened is, because there's no chamber to hold the neck down tight, as soon as the powder starts to blow, it just pushes the bullet out and expands the neck. And I mean, the bullet didn't have enough velocity to go through a 1 gallon water jug, but I thought it was going to be bad, and I was wrong. But of course, it didn't work very effectively either. Yeah, idiots will be idiots, and it would be nice if, the government would not reward people for being idiots. Judges and stuff would say, "You did what? You dumbass, get out of my courtroom." But we'll see that for a while, probably. As soon as I get the plans done, I will let you know, Kevin. Let me write this down. And I think it was Rick Jobling that was interested in plans too.
Yeah, I believe it was. Jimmy wanted a machine.
Yeah, Jimmy wanted me to actually make one, and that's going to be a little while. And Kevin, if you just email me at this address, that will give me your contact information so I can let you know. Hopefully it'll be about a week or so. I mean, I got a lot of paperwork to do this week. I may have some more claim staking, more field work to do. So I'll try and spend at least a day a week on the plans. And
the instruction manual.
Not going to take too much to do the instruction manual, but the basics, yeah. Anyhow.
Well, I might suggest that you take pictures or you make a short.
I'm going to make a video. I think a video would be much better. Let's say, and I have a PayPal account. So once I get the plans, I don't want you to send me anything until I've got the plans. I'm very kind of persnickety about not making a commitment that anything may screw up, So, okay, Rick, got it. And so as soon as I get the plans, be maybe next weekend or the weekend after, I'll let you know by sending me your contact info, and you too, Rick, if you would. Then I can let you know as soon as things are ready. And you're still trying to get your PayPal unfrozen. Got a friend?
Like I said, don't even get me started on frozen accounts.
But anyhow, so yeah, my plan is to make a video, because you can get so much information in a video so easily. To write down 1,000 words is a lot of work. to just talk. For me, that's not much work at all. So that was kind of my thought. It's also a lot easier when you see things to understand. Sometimes from a drawing, it's difficult for someone to interpret it with precision and accuracy. Since I wrote the drawing, to me, it looks pretty obvious. It may not be to someone else. So by actually having a video on it, that will make it a lot easier. And for you people like, say, Rick over there in Australia, stuff like that, if it's a good design that really does well, I want people to have access to it. So that's why I'm trying to make the plans and duplicate things available cheaply. Okay. I'm not trying to make a lot of money on it. It would be nice to make some money, but I want people like, that so they can build something like this themselves pretty easily. And depending upon the tooling you've got and your skill levels, I mean, if you're just good with a plasma cutter, it'll be a piece of cake. If you got somebody with a computer controlled plasma cutter, it'll be even easier. If all you got's a chop saw, it'll take a little more time. But that's all I had was a chop saw and grinder, and of course welder. Drill. Yeah, needed a drill. That's the nice thing with a computer controlled plasma. You don't need the drill. It just cuts the holes too. And to me, that would be ideal. And that may be what I do in the long run. I don't know. As I say, I'm not trying to make a whole lot of money on this. I was also thinking of essentially selling nameplates so that, say, you've got the skills, let's say, to make one of these things, and you whip one up and you're happy, and you got a nameplate with it. I'll probably have to send that later, sort of thing. But then you contact me and say, hey, I got a friend who wants me to build one of these. And I go, good, $50 to PayPal. And that way, any one of these devices that is built to my specification should have a nameplate on it that specifies, it'll have a serial number on it. And that way I can keep track of these things if it ever gets to that point. And that was my basic plan, because I got people in Africa that want stuff, and Australia, and like Rick here. And yeah, and there you go, Rick. And that might be something he might want to do to make money. I mean,
you can do that with the splitter too.
Yeah, the splitter is a little bit different. It's fairly easy to make. If you got a few sheet metal tools, it's a piece of cake. But your mate, he might just want to churn these things out and make them by the dozens. And if he makes a dozen of them, I made $600. Well, how much effort did I spend? Not much. Am I going to sell anything in Australia? Not if I got to ship it across an ocean, I'll bet you.
I'm thinking the splitter would be really useful.
Yeah. With some 3D printer build communities, they do serial numbers based on you submitted a video of successfully running. Video with a parts kit, depending upon the situation. Like Gene here, he's pretty close. I mean, we could just drive over the parts, so to speak. I'm not sure who in town has a computer controlled plasma cutter or what they would charge. The other nice thing about plasma cutting is you can cut really hard steel just as easy as mild steel. I use mild steel partly because it accentuates the wear rates, which lets me see what I need to protect. But also it's because I can deal with it. I didn't have, plasma cutter and things like that. So That's, it would be better out of like a T2 steel or an AR 500. If somebody had like a half a sheet of AR 500 laying around that you could snag for scrap metal prices, oh yeah, that'd be great. This is for the impact mill, Forrest. Yeah.
You gotta make up plans for your splitter too.
I don't know. Splitter is, if somebody wanted it over the ocean, yeah, but I mean, those things are so light, they're easy to ship, and if I get a shop, I'll be able to make them. And I was thinking the thing to do would be just buy a sheet of steel, shear it and break it, and make up a bunch of splitters. I think I can get 4 or 5 splitters out of a single sheet, and all the pieces are designed to be sheared with one exception. There's one piece that actually has to be slotted to make the alternating slots. Everything else just sheared, broken, and spot welded together. Yep. So I'll say that's my basic plan, and yeah, I think that would be a fine way as far as I'm concerned. Another thing is if I were to die before Eva, then she could continue to make the money off of the sales of those things, even if she's not involved in actually constructing or selling any, which would be good. But I think it'd be kind of cool to have, money coming in from Zimbabwe and New South Wales and stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I like the design for a small production unit. Okay, I think it's well designed for the niche it's designed to do, in the hundreds of pounds an hour, hour after hour after hour, with simple replacement parts. So it doesn't wear out. Victoria Alcatraz. Where's Victoria, little one? That's like center top.
I think so.
I kind of think Victoria's up top, but I'm not sure. Anyhow, so I say that's kind of my idea. And of course, to make good plans, it has to be done properly and with proper dimensioning. The individual pieces have to be, you have to have a plan for each one, so that you can put them all together. And so the paddle wheel parts and all this other stuff, you need, it's an octagonal chamber. You need 8 of these. Actually, you need 7 because one's the exhaust there and stuff like that. And Rick says, no, it's down at the bottom. Yep.
Well, the bottom of Down Under would look like chalk from here, dude.
Hello, Waziristan. I am from Heli area. Is gold in any Heli area? I think you mean hilly area, I'm guessing. And no, gold is not in any hilly area. There's other things that are needed. If you can let me know whether I'm on the right track or not, let me go and I can give you more information. Yeah, Forrest, a friend of mine once told me, never make yourself worth more to your wife dead than alive.
Well, you got a long way to go before you hit that target there.
If you say so, Keith. I tend to agree, but what the heck?
Trust me, everybody, he doesn't have enough life insurance for me to want to kill him.
Okay, Tasmania's below you, then I know where you're at. Yep.
Well, like I said, looking from up here, his bottom is the top.
I'm glad to have your respect. Keith. I say we've known each other a while. You see how I operate. Thank you. Yeah, it's not that hard, Kevin. You'll have to input an email address, but please don't send me the money until I've got the plans ready, because then you'll force me to get the plans ready quicker, And if something else happens, I may need to prioritize. From Pakistan North area. Okay, so you're up in the Himalayan foothills there and everything. Gold. There is some gold in the Himalaya area there. I'm not very familiar with it. Waziristan. Your best indication as to whether or not gold is likely to be found in an area is look and see historically where they have found gold before. They've been looking for gold for a long, long time, and it's not that hard to find. So if there's gold in a river drainage or on a mountain or whatever, somebody will have generally found some indication of it already. So that's where you would want to look. If you have a university, a school, or an agency, a government agency that is involved with geology, I mean, there's got to be something. When you build roads and buildings and things, somebody has to know geology to do that. So find someone like that and ask them for background information on where gold has been found before in your area, and then focus in that area. Now, if there's been gold area before and you're looking to find some for yourself, now you have to start what we call prospecting. And that's where you would typically get a gold pan and some kind of a screen usually, although it's not necessary. Just makes it a little easier. It can be a big screen, like 1/2 inch or 1 inch, just to keep the big rocks out.
Waziristan, they found gold and copper.
Okay.
They've got an estimated worth of $300 billion US in reserves up there.
Okay, because Mr. Valley says a long time find, so I guess that means they've been finding it for a long time. And
it's up by the Khyber somewhere.
So the gold will wash down off of the rock that it's in. When you have gold in the rock, as the rock gets washed away, the gold will wind up in the rivers and the streams. And by finding spots that will tend to collect gold, like cracks in the bedrock running across the stream, and digging that material out and panning it, you'll see if you can find gold. And if you're finding gold, you may find enough right there to make it worth your while to process, or you may go upstream. And when you see a sudden significant change in the amount of gold in the stream, then you would start panning the soils on both sides of the stream to see where the gold is coming into the stream, and time the rivers change course, and you will have old river channels that are high and dry now, and they still have the gold in them that they did when they were a river, because the gold in the river may have already been taken out to some extent, but if they haven't found that spot, it hasn't been mined. And quite often you have to actually tunnel the earth to get to that. So that's how you would find it.
Of gold in Waziristan.
Okay, Eva says her research
$300 billion in reserves in the ground.
Says there's lots of gold up in Waziristan. So That should be good. Try and find people who have found gold before, know how to, have been doing it for a long time, and see if you can learn from them. Um, it's a mental and a physical skill, and like anything else, it's a lot easier to learn if somebody is teaching who really knows their stuff, and you're doing it with them on a frequent basis. So I say that's a good way to find out. But according to Eva, yes, you should be able to find gold in Waziristan and
Northern Waziristan.
And I do not know what the regulations are. I know that in many other countries, the penalties for breaking the law can be rather severe. So you will again want to check and make sure that you know what the rules are.
Well, in that matter, the websites I ran into were very partisan, but they made it clear that the Pakistani government is the reason that Pakistan is so poor, because it is rich in mineral resources, but the government is very corrupt.
And sometimes that offers opportunities too. I've done some exploration in Mexico, and you know, sir, I'm sure you know much more than I do about the situation in Waziristan. But if you have government corruption, if you wind up working with a powerful government official and have their protection, that gives you a lot of ability to do things. If you're trying to do it when they think it's their right to do so and you don't have their permission, it can get you dead. So you need to be very careful to do things correctly in the environment you're in, to be safe and to not have, I mean, if you find a lot of gold and you don't have the legal right to it, or a powerful protector that's getting his cut, well, it's just going to get taken from you. And if you don't like it, they're probably going to kill you. Say that's the way it was in Mexico. But the usual procedure was you cut the governor in for like 30%. And now the governor protects you, and the state police will provide security and everything else. So that's, you know, the sort of things you have to worry about besides just finding the gold. But yes, I can give you a mobile number and also give you a here's my email address, and you can always just, this will be posted shortly anyhow, so you can freeze frame it to get that. And where is my phone number? Oh, that isn't it. Okay. Ouch. Write down my phone number, sir. And the best time to call me is in the evenings. During the day, I'm often busy or out in the field where you can't get a hold of me, or it wouldn't be appropriate to spend a lot of time when I'm working for someone else having a nice long conversation.
I think they're 13 hours ahead of us, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I figured you know it a lot better over there than I do. Here's my phone number, and people, don't call me all over the place here, but people are watching this live streamer. You're pretty much, it's okay to call me in the evenings, anytime you want to talk to me. But
everybody can call him in the evening.
But there's my phone number. And
don't let him fool you. Bear loves to get phone calls.
Oh yeah, I like chatting. But anyhow, and so yeah, you can give me a call in the evenings here. Right now, it's 9 o'clock in the evening where I'm at, so that'll give you an idea what the time is compared to where you're at. I imagine it's like morning time over there.
Yeah, I think they're 12 hours ahead of us.
And I agree with Forrest there. Talk to find the people who've been mining for a long time there and see if they can give you, if they can give you some advice or help there. Sometimes they may need some assistance and you can work for them for a while to, really learn how to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good way to learn. And then from there, you can strike out on your own. Terry wants to know if he can talk to Eva too.
If Bear puts it on speaker, tell Bear he's got to put it on speaker. I'll talk to anybody.
Anyhow, so as I say, that's the kind of thing that, it gets pretty interesting occasionally because here you have a gentleman that's got a situation I'm totally unfamiliar with, but which I may be able to help him with. That would be good.
Well, there's plenty of gold in Waziristan.
We need your help to recover $20 million and duct cleaning. Yeah, I was afraid that might happen. Don't give it to your friends, folks.
Well, let me guess. They need your help to recover $20 million. All they need is for you to give them your banking information and they will put the money in your bank account and then you send it to them and keep 10%.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Valley, find stone. There is very small gold in there. There are some minerals that look like gold and can be mistaken. If it's actually gold and you can actually see it with your eye, then it's probably very good grade. It's very rich. It's rare to actually be able to see the gold in the rock with your eye. And when you do, it's usually pretty good, rich material. And so you can email me that a picture of that too. Might be useful. So, and if it is hard rock and you can see the gold, then you're probably going to need to crush it and use a gravity extraction on it, which means something that uses the fact that the gold is denser than almost anything else to get it to settle. It shouldn't be too hard if it's that rich to get a reasonable amount of gold. And then you can save your tailings, the leftover crushed rock, for later to do a better recovery with something more expensive, if that is the best way to go about it. Okay, I say we can still talk. It would be a little better if I could see what we're talking about, but I can certainly discuss it with you. And to all you other the viewers here tonight, isn't this kind of cool? Be able to sit there and talk with someone halfway across the planet that has a situation and wants a little help with. I think that's just awesome. So, anyhow, I say I'll be happy to tell you what I can. Oh. Okay. Anyone else got any questions or snide comments?
I don't think they've run out of snide comments yet.
Yep. Yeah, that's true, Forrest. I remember when I was in high school in the math department, got a brand new calculator. It was a desktop version. It could add, subtract, multiply, and divide to 24 places. I think it cost $700, but it was hundreds, that's for sure. Yes, I did, Gene. And I'd be interested in looking at the one you have there in section 2, I think, too, sometime. That certainly has some interesting records on it. And I'd like to take a look at that. That other one we discussed that you said was open looks like a lot of it is on patented land, but there may be some of it that's not. And so we're interested. Yeah,
I want crystals.
we actually almost made it out there about a month ago. Even I had to go to Townsend for some records, and so we took the road out there just to see what was going on, and we got up to the point just past the big mining venture there, where the one road heads due south and the other one angles off to the right, kind of on the flat. And at that point, it was solid, snow and ice. And we were just out for a day trip, didn't have any reason to go any further. So turned it around and came back. But it's pretty up there. We enjoyed it. And yeah, the information looks interesting. Also, the one on section 19 might be interesting to look at sometime.
I want crystals.
Evil wants crystals. Yep. So I say we're definitely interested in looking at some of that stuff, and we may or may not, depending on the situation, be actually doing something in close enough to some of your claims where we could kind of joint venture some stuff or cooperate in certain ways, which might work to our mutual advantage. Be interesting. And so we'll just have to see how it goes. I should be able to get in there pretty soon. In terms of the snow, should be pretty well melting there. I'm not sure when is the official opening date there.
May 15th, I think.
Gene says he knows where there's some crystals, or supposed to be some crystals. Yeah, and I'd say we'll take a look at the area as such, and that'd be cool. It'd be nice to meet you. And okay, a very narrow cut for minimal visibility, and I certainly understand that. She's right over there, Forrest. Say hi to Forrest, little one.
Hi, Forrest.
I'm working on a system that you'll probably see later this summer that basically rides on a track. Specific one is designed to carry 4 buckets at a whack up a decline, fairly steep decline, or a vertical shaft. And it also supplies you a ladder way to get down. The ladder way actually is the track also. Oh, you're talking Jim? I'm not sure. He called in, but he said he had some business today. Wasn't sure if he was going to make it, never did. And then he showed up about a half hour ago, made a comment, and that's all I've seen so far of him. But I'm not sure. exactly what it was. I know he's doing some work on this prospect he's got. Uh, oh, I've got a 4 gas analyzer and stuff too, Keith. I appreciate it. It's specifically designed for this. You wear it, and it's got an alarm and monitors oxygen, carbon monoxide, methane, and hydrogen sulfide, I believe.
Yep.
And also has it says preset alarm levels and also digital readout. You can just look at it and tell you what it is right now. If it isn't going off, you can tell whether it's going in the wrong direction. But it's not that hard, Stephen B, to build a little track. Another idea, you might look at what what's his name, Jeff Williams built a little track sort of system for his mine to carry stuff.
It's got a head frame.
Yeah, well, mine's a little more industrial strength too, because I'm hanging on it for my life. You know, so I say it's you'll probably see something right now, depending upon the slope. I mean, if it's just vertical, you can just use a windlass to bring up buckets. But if it's horizontal, you're driving or fairly close to horizontal. Any wagon you can pull behind you can put buckets in, or a wheelbarrow would be the next wider thing. Okay, so there you go, Forrest. There's Miner Jim. He got back late from business. I mean, we gotta do business. So there's a number of ways, but that's what I like is the one I've designed gives you a good, solid, comfortable ladder way too at the same time. And I mean, it's really nice and solid, which when I'm hanging on a gradient steep enough that if I lose it, I'm just going to keep going for a ways. I want solid. Absolutely. Well, if it ever fails, it won't matter, huh, Forrest? Little one, can you get me a glass of water, please?
Lemonade? Yes.
No, water. If you want me to bring you some lemonade too, you can, but I need water. I'm thirsty. She takes care of me well. It's not just regular lemonade. It's got sodium and potassium chloride in it to keep my electrolytes good.
Controls his blood pressure when I can get him to drink it.
I have to drink like 2 of these a day. It would taste better without the salt. But anyhow, so as I'm working on that, and I've actually built the head frame, and just the head frame. I didn't build a whole section, did I? Just the head frame, wasn't it?
Just the head frame and the ladders. You built some ladders. Oh, you built the beginning of the ladder.
Yeah, that's part of the head frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Ethan. He's a pet, huh? What does olive oil do, Rick? I should have just asked Eva. What
Well, if it's good olive oil, which 90% of the stuff in the store is not, it is good for your heart health. However, you should not combine it with carbs. Carbs are a no-no to begin with. But yeah, olive oil does have a lot of uses for cardiovascular health. It's smells. But most of the olive oil that's in stores right now, they just finished, somebody did testing on it not long ago and discovered that most of it was either rancid, had been adulterated with other oils, or both. So, you got to get real olive
our
oil.
government protecting us from fraud and charlatans, yeah. Yeah, the track I'm making is not light. It's not real heavy, but it's I'm guessing probably 40 pounds for 10 feet or something like that. Something like that. Rick suggests, he agrees with you and says, and dates for walking snacks.
Dates are a carb bomb. And by the way, fructose can only be metabolized by your liver. So fructose is not the greatest of sugars to have in the first place. Sugar itself is not great. But fructose and grains together are what lead to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. That's how the ancient Romans used to make their foie gras, was they would stuff geese with grain and dates.
Waziristan Alley says, hello.
Hello.
No, it's not bad. It has to be light enough to be fairly easy to handle by one person. And then, once you hook it to a cable and lower it down, you have to be able to maneuver it easily and set it on your anchors and stuff like that. And I'm figuring on anchoring at about every 5 feet, although at a 60-degree slope, every 10 feet may be adequate. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Winging It Tracy says all sugar is bad. Rick Jobling likes Brazil nuts for selenium.
Well, actually, if you really want to get selenium in the safest way, since it is toxic if you don't have it with the right things, the best way to get your selenium is in eating fresh fish, because it's high selenium, and the selenium helps to bind and neutralize any mercury that happens to be in fatty pelagic fish, like, say, shark or swordfish. But yeah, selenium and selenium and iodine should be in ratio as well. So try to get some seaweed with those Brazil nuts.
Yeah, Stephen, I'm building it essentially in 10-foot sections. Although if you did 8-foot sections, it would fit in the back of a pickup a little better. And yeah, they bolt together. One slides in the end of the other, and a couple of bolts. And it also has built-in tabs so that you can either bolt it to the rock with appropriate spacers, or run a little timber across, like a 4x4, wedge it in place, and screw down to the 4x4, something like that. There's a number of different ways you can attach it. And then when you're done, you can strip it right back out. Screw everything back out behind you, and you don't leave it and move it to the next operation. Part of the challenge of micro scale mining is capital costs. And if you can make your equipment highly mobile, then you can amortize the cost over more than one operation fairly easily. So like if your first operation in a year, you don't make any money, but you paid for $30,000 worth of equipment, and now you've got your hoisting system and your milling system and all this other stuff all paid for, then your next operation, your capital cost is essentially zero. You know, yeah, Forrest, but you're just too ornery to die. You know, but that's my general philosophy on this sort of stuff for the micro scale mining. I don't want to leave hardly anything behind when I'm done. Ground support, and that's about it. You know, want it all be modular, transportable, pick it all up, move it somewhere else, do the same thing. It's designed to work at different angles. I mean, if you wanted, you could use this as a horizontal track, but it's got a lot more cross pieces than you need for that. And, you know, so anywhere from, you know, 20 degrees to vertical, it should work.
By the way, making your own Gatorade, you get a lot more flavor selection and it costs like 12 cents a bottle.
Or less.
She used a little flavor packs and then put some light salt in it. So, but so I should be showing you guys that later this summer, assuming we find anything that we're trying to start actually moving some rock out of. Hopefully Montana B, but that's going to depend upon the extraction process. And I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but hopefully flotation will do the trick. Gravity, I don't think has a chance in hell. Leaching would probably work, but it's pretty capital intensive. So we shall see. If it was running 10 or 20 ounces to the ton, yeah, I mean, direct flotation makes sense. I mean, direct leaching makes sense because your efficiency is so high. But you know, lower grade material, you don't need to, but if you can inexpensively upgrade it and then do the leaching, you're probably better off. We shall see. That's part of the research we're doing on that now, and hope they're fairly soon. Eva, Truth Seeker wants to know, what's the recipe for the Gatorade?
A 1-quart bottle. One of those little individual flavor package of choice, the kind that you get like 5 packets or 6 packets for $1 in a box at Walmart. And 1/8 of a teaspoon of Morton's light salt. We'll make a standard high carb eating Gatorade.
So here's these kind
Now,
of
if you
flavor
want to make it
packets
by
are-
the gallon, you can use, you can use herbal tea if you want to. You can make lemonade. You can basically take anything. And for people who eat carbs, you need 1/8 of a teaspoon of Morton's light salt per quart of liquid.
But get inventive with the flavors, people. Really brings out the taste in herbal tea.
Yeah, I agree, Forrest. As easy to move and operate with as few people as possible, as reliable as possible, as little maintenance as possible.
And as portable as possible.
Yeah.
It's in a pickup truck thing.
She doesn't do whiskey there, so not in there. Now you can of course customize the blend to your specific body's needs. You can use any of those like flavor packs. You go to
You go to the dollar store or Walmart, you go in the area where the Kool-Aid is, and there's these little boxes that have single serving flavor packets. They say it's 1 packet per 16 ounces. 1 packet per quart will make a Gatorade level of flavoring. So you end up with a Gatorade drink.
Yep. Oh, I agree, Rick. Yeah, as simple as possible, as few moving parts as possible, as easy to assemble as possible.
You guys will love it.
Ed Henry, that would be Keith Tankin says that the same section at Wally World has flavor squeeze electrolytes also.
Yeah, they do, but the Flavor Squeeze electrolytes actually suck in terms of the value per unit cost.
Yeah, it costs a lot more per quart
You're
that
paying a
way.
whole lot more for the convenience.
You're welcome, Truth Seeker. Show on camera flavor pack.
If we have a box that isn't open,
Oh, we got plenty of them.
Box. Yeah, show them a box and then show them the individual package.
Okay, these are the individual packages. And they come in boxes like these. And
Here, I will come show this.
so like, here's a package of Sunkissed flavor packs. And this would be like $1. It's got what in it?
It's got 5 or 6.
6 sticks.
And you can get Hawaiian Punch. You can get Jolly Rancher sour apple and sour watermelon in some stores. Dollar stores usually have a more wide selection of interesting tastes than Walmart does. But Sunkist puts it out in orange, grape, and pineapple. Jolly Rancher puts them out. Weiler's has the lemonade. Kool-Aid puts them out in every flavor in the known universe.
And there's also some
you can
that
get
are
peach
teas.
tea
There's tea.
flavor in the known universe.
And there's also
You
some
can
that
get
are
peach
teas.
tea.
There's tea. There's all kinds of those flavors. And you just add the light salt. And the light is a combination of sodium chloride and potassium chloride.
And it's found in the salt section, costs about $2.50 a canister. And you reuse the same bottles forever.
Okay, winging it, we're planning on using a 12-volt winch. You could also just put a pulley and then run it to a vehicle of some kind, if there's area to run a vehicle nearby, like a quad or a pickup or anything like that. And in terms of the weight, the carriage and the load that I'm scheduling for is about 300 pounds, 4 buckets. So each one of those is about 50 pounds. That gives you 200 pounds of ore. And then the carriage itself is probably 30, 40 pounds. So add a little bit extra and you're looking at, 300 pounds of load.
And it's both a ladder and a railroad track. The carriage rides on the ladder.
That's correct, Truth Seeker. If you want more flavor, you could put 2 packets in or 1.5 or whatever. It'll be a diluted flavor like you usually like with a Gator. These are designed for what, 16-ounce bottle of water?
Those are designed for 16 ounce, so you need 2 for a quart bottle.
See, this 16-ounce bottle of water. That's what it is. You take a 16-ounce water bottle, open the caps, dump this in it, and you have a drink. And
they come in a zillion flavors, sugar-free.
Yeah, Stephen, that sucks. He says, last time I checked the rules here in Ontario, you could remove up to 3 cubic meters of bedrock without any permit and without needing to tell the government, but no 2 holes in the same 200 meters. So you're looking at about 7 tons roughly. Well, if you're just going to dig a couple cubic meter hole, is it where your vehicle will be or anything like that? You can set up just a tripod to drop a bucket down pretty easily if you have a vehicle to do it, or you can hang a boom on a vehicle. Just have it folded into the back of the pickup, back it up, and then fold it over and hang it over the thing, have a winch on the back. You can actually put the winch, if you have a trailer hitch, you can make this whole thing just fit into the trailer hitch, and that would allow you to do that. I mean, that's not very much material. But if you're going very deep, then you need some kind of access too. And I don't know how much you trust that kind of winch to lower you down. If you're going down a decline, then you almost need a track just to run the carriage on, so it's not dragging over the rock. Although you can, in fact, have like a tub made out of steel that just slides on the rock. Let's see, somewhere I had a. There we go. And so let's say those are some things you can do. How much ore do I need to do an assay sample? No, I don't have any plans for a job crusher yet, Rick. It's not really in process. They got that's fairly. The Chinese make them fairly cheap. Anyhow, so Patrick, this is a question which doesn't have a simple answer. Depends on the size of the gold. First of all, the gold size for assaying is much smaller than your usual placer gold. Okay, if it's not real small, then because they only will assay like 15 to 30 grams actually goes in the crucible. So if it's not real fine gold, you're going to have one crucible with a chunk of gold in it, one crucible with no gold in it, another crucible with 2 pieces of gold in it, and your numbers are just going to go all to hell. So it's not suitable for placer gold to begin with. Now, hard rock gold is much finer, and therefore it's more suitable for assaying. And the typical sample actually assayed, again, is 15 to 30 grams. However, to get a good sample, statistically, you're going to need more material than that. If I've got easy access, I like to get a half a bucket or more of material. I can crush it down. I have an RC46 crusher. I did 9 samples the other day. Some of them were just like Ziploc bags. Others were up to about 2/3 of a bucket. I had 4 buckets that had material in it, and then 5 Ziploc bags. No, 5 buckets, 4 Ziploc bags. I did it all in less than half an hour. Now, if you don't have that kind of equipment, then that becomes very, very problematic. Crushing rock by totally, utterly sucks, the big one. So, most laboratories have the ability to crush the rock and split it down. Splitting is a process whereby you divide the material into 2 equal samples statistically. If you had like a bucket of rock and you poured half of it one place and half in another, that's not statistically good. One could have all the gold and the other one wouldn't. So you need to be able to crush it fairly fine and run it through a device. It's called a splitter. I have some videos up there. It has a bunch of different chutes going different directions. So half of it goes one way, half of it goes the other. And then you just repeat that process,
Like
start
shuffling a deck of cards.
kind of like that. Okay. But anyhow, you go from half of the sample to a quarter of the sample to a 16th until you get to whatever size you need. Lawrence Hiddle over there in Colorado, we send stuff to. He really doesn't like more than about 100 grams because he's got to get rid of the stuff left over, and he'd prefer not to do that very much. Okay. Is that sufficient, or do you have any more questions, Patrick? Truth Seeker saying Eva would tell you try and cut your carbs back to the minimum, 20 grams a day or less.
That's the thing. If you've got a working pancreas, then cutting the carbs will normalize your sugar level.
Yep. And say if you're having trouble with your blood sugar, if you go to a very low carbohydrates, there's nothing to cause. Which one metal detector is best for search? I'm not an expert on metal detectors, but I think right now the Gold Monster by Mine Lab and the Gold Bug 2 are the two most used for finding small gold nuggets and such. Who knows anything other than that? Go ahead and speak up. But both of those seem to be pretty good for finding really small pieces of gold, which is what you want to be able to do.
You might want to tell Truth Seeker to look up the low glycemic index foods.
Okay, Truth Seeker, Eva says, look up the low glycemic index foods. Also, what are keto facts?
Reddit, our keto.
If you can get Reddit, go to our keto, Keto, and then look at the frequently asked questions.
Yeah, read the fact.
That's got a whole lot of information there.
Yeah, basically you want to eat stuff that is as low on the glycemic index as possible, and you want to eat foods that have a high glycemic value with lots of protein, because protein slows down the digestive process. So
Rick Jobling says Mine Lab all the way, but then he's from Australia where they make Mine Lab, and
he has a vested interest.
The Gold Bug 2 is made here in the United States, so he may just not like us evil Yanks. You know, I can't really blame him, but okay. Mine Lab's a good unit. The Mine Lab Gold Monster, from all I can tell, is a good unit. It's a little more expensive than the Gold Bug 2. There's a few little differences that on average probably don't make much of a difference at all. In a very particular situation, it might, but I'm not the expert. There's a video by I Break for Bedrock. It's a YouTube channel. I think it was the Gold Bug 2. He picked up just a little wire from a wire brush, a fine wire brush. And I mean, it was making a noise, you know, beep, 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 beep. It wasn't a subtle signal at all. And that was only about, an inch under the ground, but nevertheless, that was not a big target, and it was making a big noise. That's not a bad idea, and you can blend it some yourself. If you got big rocks, smash up a little bit, kind of blend it up a little, or send them the whole thing and let them do all the crushing and splitting. Yeah, Forrest, but Eva's done a lot of research. You see how she is, and remember how you saw her 2 years ago and how she's doing now. So at least in her case, it made a big difference.
It's done right.
There is one good thing about it that I do know: it's waterproof. And in terms of its capabilities, I've never seen it used, so I really don't know. From what a little bit I've heard, it sounds like it could be a pretty good machine, but I simply can't tell. Good night, David. You take care of yourself. Good.
Good night, David.
Have you ever used that Nocta, Terry? Or are you just relying on stuff you've seen? Now we're down to 19. Well, it's been 4 hours. Can't blame David, that's for sure. Anyone else got any questions? Well, it looks like we got through the whole thing without any buffering to speak of. I've still got it, Forrest. Oh, Forrest is not Forrest. Keith. Yeah, I've still got it. And Forrest says he's starting to. He's lost the video. Anyone else got any feedback on the video quality? Is it buffering now?
It's getting time anyway.
You take care, Truth Seeker.
Night, Truth Seeker.
It was nice seeing you, Waziristan. We do this every Sunday. We try and do this at 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time here in the United States. Basically, I'm in Montana. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's buffering and it's starting to go bad on us. So we'll call it a night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Truth Seeker and Forrest and everything else. And
happy prospecting.
it was nice seeing you, Waziristan. And I'll talk to you whenever. Okay. And Patrick says, thank you, and Eva. Rick says, good show, guys. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, if you ever got any experience with that, Terry, let me know. Especially with real fine gold. I'd like to know, especially if you can pick up stuff in hard rock. That'd be great. Hey, Chris, you're back. We're going to be shutting down now.
Chris, bye, Chris.
Good night, Winging It. Good night, Key.
Winging it.
Sure. Give me a call whenever it's convenient there. I should be just doing some miscellaneous stuff during the day. So shouldn't be a problem. Chris goes, hi, Eva. Bye, Eva.
Well, you can always watch the replay.
Anyhow, good night, everybody, and happy prospecting, and keep it safe out there.